Hi, chat. How are we doing? Hi. I was trying my best to get some stuff done on W Place before this, but I can't. I'm running. It's harder to do because I'm doing the really big one. I'm doing the really big thing on W Place, so I have to like be really looking at what I'm doing. So I can't do it now. I was trying to get a few more pixels down before I did anything. You know what, I could always like that's something for me to do later. But yes, hello, I hope we're all having a good day, and good times, good yes. I see that Lev got first and Lee got second. Good job, you two, hell yeah. We are playing Mask of the Rose again today, chat. Having a grand old time. Investigating a not murder, because there's no murder, because there's no death. Well, there is death, but it's really hard. Well, I guess there is death, but no perma-death, you know? You can die, but it's not as permanent as one would imagine, I suppose. But yeah, chat, thank you all for joining me here. Let's see, I can pull up the birthday list. I don't like reading the birthdays while the ads are happening, but I can still have the list pulled up. We only have one today, actually. So I'll look up who the fuck that is. You just died twice today in this universe, and one of your guys is already fine? Yeah! It's fine. Oh, it's that character. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything I can say about that character without saying massive spoilers, so I will just say their name when I get to it. Oh boy. I mean, I probably could say things without the massive spoilers, but all I remember about it is the spoiler about that character. But yeah, Mask of the Rose, having a grand old time investigating, trying to figure out who attempted to murder. Was his name David? I'm so bad at names. I'm pretty sure his name was David. Or his name is David. There's Archie. Mr. Pages is there. There's Grizz. And, is it Horatia? I think it's Horatia. I remember her name because I'm like, whoa, like Horatio from Hamlet, but you're a girl. To be fair, they did succeed at murdering David, at least temporarily. Exactly. You know, it's like, it was a successful murder, just not a successful perma-killing, you know? You know? I feel like you could still be tried for that, and they will be. Hopefully, it won't be Archie, who is our best boy. He's pure cinnamon roll, would never do anything wrong ever, for sure. I am exaggerating. Let's see here. Ooh, okay, I was looking at the birthdays from yesterday. Those are some good ones. Well, one of them's a really good one. One of them I really like. I need to look up the other two. Oh boy, I feel like I say this every time there's an Assassination Classroom character. I'm like, I gotta rewatch it. Okay, yeah, that's who I thought it would be. You're who I thought you would be. With your name just being Shiro, I did assume it was the guy dressed in all white, and I was correct. But, okay, the ads should be over. Yesterday was Shiro from Assassination Classroom's birthday, as well as Bim Trimmer, the Markiplier ego. Bim, I like Bim. He's a silly little guy. He's a game show host. And also a cannibal. Jiu Moke? I don't know how to pronounce the last name. I assume Jiu. This is a Vocaloid. Here. Once again, if I had looked them up beforehand, I would have checked. Oh! What are your pronouns? They're so cute. Oh, he's so cute. He's samurai, yeah. Just like, oh, this character's so cute. I cannot tell your gender at a glance, and I love that. I relate to that greatly. Let's see here. we can also find the other one for yesterday was actually, in fact, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors' birthday. That's when 999 came out, was yesterday, many years ago. Which is really funny to me. And then today, we only have one for today, which is Riz, from Beastars. He's a bear. Is he a polar bear, or is he just white? Or is he gray? I don't fucking remember. He's a bear. He's a brown bear. He's a brown bear? I guess that's a light brown. I guess. I wouldn't... Sure. Okay. He's a brown bear. He has light gray-brown fur, according to the wiki. Who knows? I guess because we don't have too many, I can go ahead and read the ones off for this weekend. Because we got some good ones for this weekend. And I want to. And hopefully this will remind me to post them in the Discord. Tomorrow, December 12th, will be Izumi Kota from My Hero Academia, who I am going to have to look up. I do really love the name Izumi. I've heard a couple of people, I've seen a couple characters with that name. Every time I'm like, oh, I remember you! Yeah, the kid! Yeah, the kid. The kid with his little hat. I like that guy. I did like that guy. He was just a little guy, you know? I love when there's a little shit kid, you know? Just an annoying little kid. When they're done well. We also, tomorrow, Zone from Dungeon Meshi. Do I remember which one you are? Who is Zone? The orc. The eater of the orc. The eater? Leader of the orcs. Everybody in Dungeon Meshi is an eater. It's all about food in Dungeon Meshi. And tomorrow, December 12th, is also Scream 2. That's the day that came out. Then on December 13th, Mello from Death Note, that little blonde bitch, said with a bit of affection, you know? Like many people, I don't know, I feel like I still shouldn't spoil Death Note. I mean, you know, it's just fucking iconic. If you know Death Note, you know the thing I'm talking about, where it's like, there's a thing that happens in Season 2 that's pretty, like, you know, I think a lot of Death Note fans are like, you know, after that happened, I didn't really care as much, and I do fall into that camp. I still liked it after that, but I didn't care as much. And Mello, unfortunately, takes place entirely after that thing happens. And then Clue, 1985. 1985 on December 13th as well. Why didn't Clue show up in that song? Why aren't they... You know? Bruce Springsteen, Madonna, also fucking Clue with Tim Curry. It really fits in the rhyme schemes, you know? And then December 14th, this Sunday, is Naomi Nakashima from Corpse Party, Gundam Tanaka from Danganronpa, and Tota Matsuda from Death Note. So some three really fun ones. I believe Matsuda is the guy I'm thinking of, right? Matsuda is like the guy on the team that they're always like, shut the fuck up, Matsuda, but he's trying his best. You know, I'm pretty sure that's because that's the only name that, like, sounds familiar to me. And I'm like, if you're one of the guys, you know, who's Matsuda? It's him, right? Yeah, that fucking weirdo. I like that guy. He's trying his best. 3 really good ones there. Naomi, Gundam, and Matsuda. And also, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse on the 14th there. So really fucking good ones on the 14th there. Speaking of things happening in the future, I literally scheduled this, like, early in the week, and then I literally kept forgetting to announce it. New video tomorrow. New video on the main channel tomorrow. I literally, and it's like, I scheduled it, I was like, okay, I didn't stream on Monday, so I forgot, right? And then I forgot to mention it on Tuesday, You did that so long ago. I'm so sorry, Lee. Look, I've not been productive lately, to be completely honest. My brain is just not in a good productive thing. I've just gotta get other shit done, I think. It's truly just one of those, you know, sometimes your brain is like, I can't. I think I might have to up my ADHD medication. My focus has been crazy lately. Eventually, I'll be normal again. I swear to you. But, you know, things happens. I would love this shit. But yes, we have other videos, like, in the pipeline. The choke point in the pipeline is me doing literally anything on them. Oh, I'm aware that I'm the problem, but I'll fix it. I'll get there eventually. The problem with being your own boss is that I know the guy who's in charge, and he does not care about deadlines. So that's the problem. But alright, chat. Let's see here. I think it's about time. I think we can get into playing the videos game now, I believe. Sans, thank you for your beautiful music. I really do love it. It's good. It's good. You can go ahead and walk off the stage. I'm gonna go over to the game screen. I'm not gonna pull up the game just yet. I need to edit the content warning yet again. I always forget. I should just keep it on here and just be like, it's spooky, whatever. We don't need it. We don't need it at this point. If somebody comes in on stream 3 of this, my apologies. But you know, I'm doing it. I'm just going for it. Holy shit, sorry. I'm off topic. I pulled up Steam to pull this up. There's Date Everything plushies. Hello? Hang on. They just announced this. Which characters? Okay, there's only 3. But one of my favorites is no wait, there's 4. Oh, and one of my favorites is there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. The Hector one is crazy. The Hector one is crazy. There's 4 Date Everything plushies with U2s here. They got Skylar. I keep looking at Hector. They got Skylar, Betty, Dorian, and Hector. Oh my god, can I pull up like the actual like article here? Let me find the fucking Let's see here. They're not out yet, but they're coming soon. They're coming in a few days. Come along with me, chat. Look at this. It's like, you know, you got Dorian here. You can rotate him. That's great. Love to rotate characters. You got Skylar, you know? She looks like really yellow in this, I'm not gonna lie. She looks like Sunset Shimmer. The colors on her look a little weird to me, personally. But, I don't know, maybe that's just a weird lighting thing. It's like, this is the revolving Dorian, you're so true. Right, I did remember U2s correctly. You can do this. It's like, I think I know how this website works. Oh, they got his earring all 3D. I didn't expect that. That's epic. But she really looks like Sunset Shimmer here. It's because you're looking at her with rose-tinted glasses, I guess. No, she does look more normal. Her skin tone looks more normal in this one, but like in these images, it looks really yellow. She looks really yellow here. You know? I'm sure it doesn't help by the fact that I have like a warm tone filter on my stuff, so it might be more normal, but even normal skin tones don't look like that to me on this. And then Betty, little cutie. Yeah, see, so the other ones look normal is the thing. Whee! Her hair. Her hair. Wow. Wow. Like, this is how we get references. This is how we get reference photos for what their outfits look like from the back. We get to know. Well, I guess we already know that for... Well, no, we only... Which Dorian is this? This looks a bit like front Dorian, but he's not wearing the hat. But normal Dorian has a different jacket, doesn't he? Or am I misremembering? I don't fucking remember, dude. I haven't opened Date Everything in, like, a little bit because I ran into a glitch and I got mad. What does your outfit look like from the back? You probably don't actually have much to worry about, huh? And then, this is what I was laughing at, was Hector. This is what I was losing my mind at. Oh my god. This is so beautiful. A rectangle to go with your claymore. I'm blushing. That's delightful. I will get distracted if I just keep looking at anything that happens on here. I'm too easily susceptible to plushies. I'm too easily susceptible to plushies as the thing, as the problem. I'm definitely not continuing to look at stuff over here. Like, there's nothing interesting for me, though. I don't know any of these other things. Is my overlay supposed to be green? Or supposed to be gone? Oh, no. I thought I read green. Yeah, it was fine. That was my tablet screen. That's the one that I use for when I'm doing art. So it's not there on that one, so it takes up more of the screen. Ba-ba-ba. I'm considering changing that, though. Who knows? Abby-babby-bop. But anyway, let's actually pull up the videos game. Where is it? Where is it? I forgot how the alphabet worked for a second, and I got N and M mixed up, and I was looking in the wrong section of my Steam. Da-da-da. Come on. I'll go back to auto. Come on. Load up game, please. Thank you. It's loading. Give it a second. Why is it showing up? This is fun. It's showing up for chat, but not for me. It's always the other way around. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, last we left off. Sigils. The Forge of Souls, the perilous descent without cessation. The weight that pulls... Are these achievements? Yeah! And this would be the fucking correspondence, yeah? I like, you get to get a good look at them. Get to... They really do look like fun letters. Hell yeah. Ba-ba-ba. We can continue on in here. We can look at our, best look you had of them. Well, there was even more of it. That was them up close and personal, if anybody needed to look at them. You could have taken a screenshot in your own time, but here we are. But we are 295 days since the fall in the season of Yule. We have Archie here, Barchujin, Baruchujin or it was Barochujin. I remember Chujin. I forget how the R was. I remember it being something. That's so exciting when he's got the sigil for gravity because he loved that one so much and it was finally crisp. Hell yeah. Patachika! We haven't interacted with these guys since we first met them because it's like, guys, I would love to meet up with you. I don't know if you guys are entirely relevant to the murder that's happening and I've been trying to investigate that? I think it was Barochuchin. I think it was that. We got Ferret. Grizz, Harjeet, Horatia, Ivy, Milton, Moss. Moss, I remember Moss now. Mr. Page's Phoebe was her name. Rachel, that was her name. Theo was his name in Virginia. Okay, I forgot the names of all of these guys, and also Ivy. I think I should go back and see them at some point. I think that I genuinely would love Watachi-kan. I already do from our one interaction. Oh boy. You still have to baptize Algernon. Wear academic garb, infiltrate the library of St. Dunstan's at the bazaar, and seek a patron saint for rats. Take my rat hagiography to Ferret. Alternatively, revise the narrative into something more conventional and take it to Theophilus. Craft a plot for Rachel's next novel. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, and our stories here. We have our story for Ferret and our story for Rachel. Trying to figure out what happened here. I really feel like it's the candles, but I don't know if there's anything I can do about this. I mean, it's like... Can I just, like, have this as, like, all questions? It's all questions except for Phoebe. Is that possible? No, it's just in progress. If I save it as someone... Yeah, there we go, there we go. I can technically ask people about that, which isn't a lot. Okay. Supper. This might be something that we've already seen, I don't remember. Hello. Archie's absence is a coldness in the air. How's the new feast coming along? The Masters have been planning a celebration for the whole city to coincide with Valentine's Day. The organization is a disgrace. The supplies are insufficient, and the distribution through the city leaves a great deal to be desired. Excellent. I beg your pardon? It just sounds so invigorating for you, Miss Griselda. Suggests that the Masters have secret intentions. I don't know what the Masters are up to. Something underlying this. It's meant to bring lovers together. I'm very dubious of the effect. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some disagreement between the Masters at the back of it. Keep quiet and eat. Yummy, yummy. We'll just go straight to sleep. I already looked at my journal. Day 296. Days since the fall, 9 days remain in the season of Yule. As usual, I resort to the morning papers. The headlines today read, Blazing light observed at Z, conflicting accounts from onlookers. Like, we're already calling it the Z. I wasn't sure how immediate calling it the Z was. Memory. After the fall, failing to heal. There were days when I couldn't leave my room, and I couldn't also think of anything that had happened or anything that was going to happen. At most, I could bring myself to remember the previous day, pulling it into my mind from a single detail. Hand over hand, hour over hour, like hauling up a giant's comforter when it has slipped off the bed. And then, when it is briefly mastered, never managing to tuck it in the corners so it slips off again. Unmarked, forgettable time, which ceased to be part of my life as soon as I had lived it. I go about now and my days are better, but what was wrong has not come right. A wound that does not close as lips do not close when they have something still to say. That was cool. And ominous. So many places to go. So much to do, so much to see. We can get David's opinion for the manifesto, get Ivy's perspective on possible murder methods. Poisoning in the house. Question Ferret about their arsenical sales. I'd like to do both of these. No, I don't have a good thing from that. Alright, let's see here. I forget who I've already asked about Phoebe being the murderer. Let's go to Ferret. Let's ask about the arsenical. Truly love how the protagonist had a depression spiral for the first 200 odd days. Like, relatable. Yeah, let's see here. We're hanging out with Ferret. We're gonna be... We'll keep our beautiful thing on there, and we're bringing Algernon with us. Algernon is game for the visit. I'm satisfied with this. Don't mind me if I've just a bit of cheese to your hat there. Afraid we're out of Sardinian, so Algie will have to make do with the cheddar. Be prickly and hide my attraction to Ferret? No, allow Algernon's presence to make an impression. Algernon doffs his own small cap to Ferret. I'm starting to see your hidden side, my friend. Not that there's anything wrong with the visible side, either. Plenty of strong points where you're concerned. Ferret digresses into an anecdote about a house that had caught fire, and all the children who had come out to warm themselves by the blaze. Yeah, question about arsenic. You sell a good bit of poison here. Anyone ever want to use it for something unusual? Only for things that want poisoning? Or other purposes now and then. One of them broadsheets put out a household hint just after the fall. Put arsenic in your candles and they'll burn brighter and longer, it said. The candles. That was a good week. Everyone needs candles. Any chance you might help me mend my traps? I'll be in your debt. Agree out of friendliness. Of course I will. Thank you. You're too kind. So I spend a mostly agreeable hour repairing traps and cages. Now and then, Ferret whistles tunelessly. There's something I found that I put by for you. It's been owned before, but it's clean enough. Didn't belong to any rats or spiders. Supposed to use this for it too. This is an outfit thing? It's difficult to sell with me other wares is the only thing. In fact, you might say it makes people question the lot and where it all came from. So I'd be grateful if you could take it off my hands. Prisoner's jacket! Ooh! Jacket says I've spent time in prison. It's not how I acquired it, but it fits among the criminal fraternity and encourages a confrontational attitude. Admit some feelings for Ferret. I'm gonna keep doing this. Not that I don't appreciate the sentiment, but I'm afraid I don't reciprocate. Yeah, I get it. I've made myself plains on this. That's fair. Just wanted to let you know, you are still really cool. Alright. So we've learned a bit about arsenic now. Arsenic candles. Well, I mean, I don't have any... Poison candle, there we are. Took in sigil-marked candles. If I just clear that. Yeah, this can be anything here. It can't be any of these. Abandoned after an affair, was a chance victim. What does that even mean? Somehow influenced, I suppose. I mean, my thought is Milton again, since he sigilized them, but it could be somebody else. We'll just put it as someone. I feel like this is pretty good. Like, I feel like... Because, I mean, Phoebe's the only other person who went in there. And it's like, if Archie did it, it's also by accident, you know? I think the actual culprit, whether it be via tainted poison or tainted candles, you know, I feel like it's by accident. So yeah, I can't visit Ferret twice, that's what I thought. So let's go ahead, we'll take the census with the rubbery creatures, why not? Maybe I can get Barochujin as well, I don't know. I'll take my, I'm gonna take my glasses off. Jacket asks a question. What crime did you commit? The answer is embodied in that fake corsage. We should not go anywhere with that jacket. Where that jacket would be. We should not go anywhere where that jacket should be suitable attire. I recommend burning it. This must be suitable wherever we go, I feel. I love how Algernon hates my corsage. Yeah, we'll go with a sailor's top. I really like... I'm gonna wear my red wig. I'm gonna wear my cool wig. I'm satisfied with this. I think this makes me weird. I want to be weird. Hey guys! I forgot what voice I gave you. You've decided to come back. We'll just do this. We took a bet. I said he'd be frightened you away. Batachi-kan disagreed. Batachi-kan makes a series of smug honks. Fuck it, I'm flirting with Batachi-kan. I tease Batachi-kan a little. He makes a sudden keen warble. I explain my task as well as I can. Try to establish some trust. Yeah, I live in Mrs. Chapman's boarding house. That at least offers some companionship. He lets out a warble of acknowledgement. Do you live alone? Batachi-kan makes a cheery burbling that is difficult to interpret. It may be effusive praise, and may be the most cutting insult that was ever warbled. He makes a series of lonely hoots. We are together here, alone. The first of his kind in London, and I the last of mine. We make do, as you are fond of saying here. Simply ask about his romantic connections. Are you married? He makes a series of diffident honks. Some seem to indicate Barochujin. He lacks the requisite vocabulary. I believe rubbery men consider themselves a choir or a chorus. The word commingling is used. I hope you do not wish for me to contemplate this subject further. Lament the current lack of commingling in your life to Batachi-kan. I guess I'll just laugh. Haha. Batachi-kan makes a cheery burbling that is difficult to interpret. It may be effusive praise, maybe the most cutting insult that was ever warbled. There are many details it is best to spare you. The sound of the choir and performance especially. What is the state of your own heart? Do you have a spouse or lover? Write down that there are no alliances worth recording. It'll be true enough. Batachi-kan hoots appreciatively and produces a piece of slate. Another tentacle holds a piece of chalk. Barochujin reluctantly takes the chalk and slate while Batachi-kan gestures. The slate reads, Greeblings. A pause, scribbling. Many greeblings. There is further scribbling. Conveyance of merry greeblings. Today? Requested friend, partner, enemy, Barochujin, essence gather. Commence, barter, merchant dreams, trade coin want. Insisted. He means the market. Requested. Perpetrate commingling. There's further frantic scribbling. Sighs! Admixture essences require proceed, commercially become. Do you want money? Are you saying money? The chalk snaps. Oh, for the sake of heaven, I told you this would happen. It took me days to scrimp up enough to let the wretched woman consider letting me have it. Patachi-kan makes plaintive, plangent honking noises with increased intensity. He's a little capitalist. No, I cannot go and fetch another. If you would have allowed me to translate for myself... We have functioned admirably these last centuries. Why you wish to change the arrangement is beyond me. Cautiously indicate change may be desirable? Sure. But this is a new city. New methods might be appropriate. Or they might wash us both away. A monk told me a story of a tower where everyone spoke a different language. What happened to the tower was not revealed. I choose to believe it squashed them. What worked before will continue to work. Its longevity is its own evidence. We sense the city up there is not yet ready for our emergence. Patachi-kan is keen. Too keen. His tentacles are like roots making for the surface. I have advocated caution. But you are the first personage to encounter us. What do you think? Am I incorrect? Yeah, suggest others of an uncanny nature are already in London. That is true. The rats have started talking. Clay men have arrived. The masters exist. Devils. Oh, right. Yeah, obviously. Devils walk the streets of London. I have met a clay man myself. He was more polite. Ah, I am familiar with both. The devils, well, let us say their neutrality in political matters is not to be believed. The claymen are admirable laborers. I discussed philosophy with one as scriptoria were rebuilt. He called himself unfinished. He seemed finished to me. Perhaps it is a state of perpetual enlightenment. But both groups, you will concur, are more human than our friend Patachi-kan. The problem is that he has a request. He has a purpose. To go ahead. To prepare the path. For the others. They wait below. I owe them a debt of my own for safeguarding when I left the Fourth to its ruin. Ask what the others are. And who are the others? Friends of yours? They are like and unlike him. Our Patachi-kan is singular. But he represents many, waiting in the amber warrens below. They have not always been treated kindly. I myself was unkind. When they emerge, they hope Patachi-kan's work will have gone forward. Patachi-kan makes a series of frantic burbles. Oh, for goodness sake. He has something for you. A piece of amber from the vats. I would undertake this task myself, but Patachi-kan fears I will upset someone. A baseless accusation, but since my impeccable service is in question, we would like to ask you. Patachi-kan makes a shringled keening noise. A stall holder. Oh, he wants you to give the amber to someone who owns a place of commerce. Yeah, I'll take it with enthusiasm. It's what I've always wanted. Let us not get carried away. You do not know if this has any hope of success. It is important that the amber be delivered to one of a mercantile orientation. I hope you do not mean that dreadful costermonger at the market. I refuse to translate your speech for her. I do not know nearly enough insults in this tongue. Patachi-kan makes a series of indignant honks. Oh, very well. Someone vaguely successful. Don't ask me why, I don't understand it myself. They need to hold the amber. Then bring it back here. Okay, I know a couple of shopkeepers. Hitachi-kun makes a series of frenetic warbling noises. Ah, yes. He wishes you to have one for yourself as well. Oh! A token of rumbery kind, and an expression of a commitment to the neath. Surface? What surface? Now, if you'll find your own way out. I've picked up an amusing novel at the market. It's about a very enterprising young lady named Audley. She is full of moral fiber. I'm keen to return to it. It's almost time to eat. I got a cool new brooch. Let's put that on. You got anything about that? Please, please, the blue does not complement my suit. An austere and sober look that does not detract from the glory of your headgear. The bare face will give your thoughts away. An amber brooch? Is there any risk it'll make people think that I myself am of rubbery origin? Yeah, you don't like that outfit. This shall be suitable wherever we go, I feel. Yeah, you want to come with me to dinner, Algernon? Come along. We're going to dinner. Your ships have come to the Wolfstack docks today. Which are those, Miss Griselda? The same as they ever were. I've forgotten how London's streets go together. All the names have changed. Yummy, yummy. Chew diligently. The book she's referencing is Lady Audley's Secret, a book about a woman trying to murder her multiple husbands. Based. Very moral indeed. Host a visitor before bed? Who? Oh, not who I was expecting. In the parlor on the way up for bed, I find an unexpected guest. How many centuries? You're looking well for it, I must say. I slept through a significant amount of it. I'm told resin is an excellent preservative. Well, not every day I meet someone from Mongolia, let alone also being over 100 years old. Not that I meet many people these days, but I'm glad you're not involved in the business in the basement. Cellars are best for wine and ereg, and not connected by doors. I shall bear this in mind. I will leave you two to it. So this is where you live. The decor is noisy. I feel an ache of the head coming on. But preferable to noisome caverns dripping with amber. Ask how she found me. How'd you know how to find me? Oh, that was Simplicity herself. I followed you. I did also say where I lived. I was a tracker in the Waste of Spires in the previous city. The stalagmite forest to the north. I wish to talk to you alone. This seemed the most reasonable means of achieving that. It is Hitachi-kun's request, regarding the amber. It is important that the amber is returned so that we may gather the essences. Hitachi-kun has fixated upon the commercial enterprises in the city. I do not mind indulging his whims, but the goal is to effect a peaceable, rubbery introduction to Londinium. Nothing more. What are you hiding? You came all this way to tell me what the task is again? My point is a simple one, and one I thought obvious. I am his interpreter, not you. I have lost everything and remained at his side. I wandered in the dark. I learned the arts of shaping, the variations of amber, the nature of his kin. I, and I alone, have communed with the things in the dark, below the vats. I have rambled enough. He must mean a great deal to you. It is an attachment born of circumstance. He is frustrating, willful, blind to his flaws, impetuous. Do not say another word, I can hear you thinking. Let us say, familiarity does not always breed complete contempt. I apologize if I am abrupt with you, but I barely know you, and our acquaintance has not made me desire to know you better. Thus far. Perhaps if you can show us you can be trusted with this matter of the amber, then we may have more faith in each other, and I shall feel less of a need to protect my... Well, I shall intrude no further. Good day. Okay. Treat to sleep for me. I have so many quests that I want to do, and it's just like, God... Archie's in jail! I feel so bad. Grizz leaves me the newspaper after she's read everything of political import. The headlines today read, Vatican encyclical Lapsus Londinicis affirms support to all children of God, rebukes Anglican Church for abandoning flock, confirms that devils are enemy of the Church. Damn. Let's have a memory. Before the fall, Horatia and Grizz were less comfortable together. We're so zoomed in. What a remarkable painting, Mrs. Chapman. You're kind to say so. They were stiff with each other, back in those days. Grizz always... Oh, shit! It's for an outfit reveal, it was! Grizz always talked as though she wished she were somewhere else. And she didn't have trousers yet. The lion's expression is very... amiable. Recognize the source of the paint... Did I? I recognize what the painting might mean to Grizz. There are forms of art one does not find in a society townhouse, I believe. Yes, I confess I am at a loss. It's difficult to comment on the taste and composition when it's so unlike... anything. Comment was not required. Grizz didn't like being out of her depth. Back then, almost everything at Chapman's boarding house was a slightly uncomfortable surprise for her. The painting depicts the peaceable kingdom. The lion shall lie down with the lamb, and that the little child shall lead them. Ah, scripture. It's... not Leviticus, that's the book with all the putting to death. Isaiah. The painting was a gift to my father from his Quaker friends. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. We have quite a few things to do here. Alright. Let's start off by... let's speak with Ferret about Algernon's baptism. I think this is a good outfit. Don't mind me if I feed a bit. Yeah, the cheese. Ba-ba. Tell Ferret about the Prophet King's offer. I think this explains the relationship between the religion and rats. I've heard about the Prophet King of Rats. But who now?
An old rat. Very old. Or many rats bearing the same title. They said if you want to get closer to the rats, they'll initiate you. You'd be one of us, rather than we one of them.
That's not what I thought would happen. A saint of rats? What is a rat? I suppose it makes more sense in all that Elegia is still kicking about. Seems silly, really, to think they just follow our ways. As though they hadn't been here long before. Vanity it was that made me think I could bring the rats into religion. not thinking they had religion of their own.
And they took what they needed from Elgius, I think. They did not say what became of him after. They will meet us in the crypt of St. Albans, if you wish to join them.
No time like the present, is there? Maybe it's time I pay me dues for all my years catching rats. Lead on, Alchie. I think it's time. Well, time to go down into the dark and see what the darkness does. Come on, Algernon. We don't want to be late.
Indeed not. I doubt tardiness is a virtue in the Church of the Rat King. I imagine there is an inventive list of punishments that would make Torquemada blush.
Always a help, Algie. Time to find out what it means to join the congregation. Really not what I was expecting would happen right now. The crypt has been opened. A chill air emanates from below. My skin bristles as though it can sense eyes upon me. There are many shadows in the church. It is impossible to know who is watching, or in what number. Candles have been lit. They have been carved to resemble rats. It seems best not to dwell too much on this, or how it was achieved. It's been a while since I was in a church, though don't suppose this will be much like those other times.
A prophet has no honor except in his own house. But this is a king among prophets, and this is not their house.
Well, let's hope they're in a welcoming mood.
You came. Most would balk. Even St. Elgius did at the last. The rat catcher will approach the relic. Little rat shall lead them. And in the darkness, the rat catcher should decide what they are. Imitatio rodentis, or a rat standing tall. The rat and the rat catcher must go alone.
Well, I'll be right here then. There's some comfort at least. I expect all the lads from the old rat fanciers to jump out and yell surprise.
There are no rat fanciers here, rat catcher. Only you, the darkness, and the rats. And me. I'm coming too, Ferret. Ah, yes, your tame sponsor. Come along, plump little domesticus. This will be instructive. As for you, you will remain in the darkness, but you too will have a part to play.
They go down to the crypt. There is silence for a long time, then at last squeaking. I can make out a voice in the dark. Yeah, I'm gonna try and figure it out. I can make out the light of a candle.
In the darkness, there is neither beginning nor end. You are not owned and have no mark upon you. There is no distinction between your naked skin and that of your brother and sister.
The murmurs fade to indistinction. I hear a clock chime, and then the sound of breaking metal. A tick continues and then ceases.
An invitation of the saint who you will surpass, to be fixed and constant, to be one of many and many in one. There is only 1 hour, and it is the rats. Time is a tyranny. In the dark you are without border and without end.
The voices fade again. I strain to hear anything. I hear a sigh like something falling to the ground, soft as silk, then a great chorus of squeaks.
There is a saint in your belly and a swarm in your skin. You are endless. You shall never die. You shall know neither master nor king, prophet nor tyrant. For you are all of those things within. From below, we rise.
I feel something soft and fragile as a bird's wings shift against my chest. It scurries up my chest, my neck. I feel a whisker against my lips. Something bites hard. Blood spills and my lips open and something goes in. It tastes sweet as honey and hard as leather. I swallow without meaning to.
Ecce rodentis!
For a moment I see ferret. They are crowned in candles that drip wax onto the hundreds of rats that crawl across their skin. Then mercifully the candles sputter and goes out. The match strikes, light returns.
They are transfigured. We see that you did not remember your place. Once we ate a saint's tongue. He gave us voice before he abandoned us. There is something in your stomach too now. You will never be free of us. You will hear us in the dark. We will not be silenced. We will know you. You will leave now and take this ferret with you. Let's get ferret out of here. They'll be alright with a nip of something strong. When they no longer think that they're speaking with 1,000 tongues at once. I'm no longer singular. Or perhaps I'm the most singular. Funny, you smell familiar. Come on.
I sense the rat's retreat. The darkness is merely that once more. I am alone here. I got a rat in my stomach. That's what we call a friend forever. It seems wise not to linger. I got like a ratatouille from the inside sort of situation, and I love it. Brand new forever friend. There's time to run another errand today. Oh boy. We could take Moss's census. I think we're gonna confront Phoebe. Maybe not the best outfit here. Let's see here. I mean, is this just good here? Implausible stories come readily to mind. It just seems fun to wear, you know? I look a bit haunted here. Fuck it, we'll go with this. We'll try this out. Want to speak again? Just a moment. I wait while she finishes her chores enough to take a moment with me. Thanks, I'm going to accuse you of stuff. The lapsus Londiniensis. I recount the newspaper story. The Vatican has sent down a papal encyclical clarifying the theological position of Catholics in the Neath. I infuse an edge of mockery into the whole. I've nothing bad to say about devils. Leastwise, not while in current employment. I mean, yeah, suggest we'll be well rid of church interference. The church will struggle with this. Good riddance to them. Phoebe hears me out, but it's plain this question doesn't matter as much to her as to me. Don't mind me. I had a weird religion thing today, so you know, I got a rat in me. Me and my rat. Sometimes I open my mouth and it's like Alien. I know you haven't seen Alien, that movie hasn't come out yet, but you know. You know, sometimes I open my mouth, there's a little rat in there, and he goes, "Rah!" Did Rachel tell you about the second corpse? After David died, there was a dead body outside the servants' entrance. It looked like it had been going through our rubbish. It was stone dead, face down on the rubbish heap. Only when I say face, that's exactly what it hadn't got. Just a massive... I don't even know what. Meat, the front of it said. Express all the horror that Phoebe is looking for. How terrifying! My goodness, what a ghastly creature! Fair may my skin crawl. Yeah, what happened with that? What happened to the deceased? That's... Tell the truth, I wouldn't have thought it of her. But Rachel Landau has more stomach than most. She put a bag over its head so it wouldn't give everyone such a turn. And she and the others washed the body, just like they'd done David's. And paid for it to be buried at a Christian grave. Aw, neat. Well, we'll look into that more. After the ad break chat, we are about to experience 3 minutes of ads. So this is a time if you need to go to the bathroom or grab a snack or get something to drink. Please do so. You're not going to miss out on anything. The game will be paused. There won't be any of that, you know? This is also, chat, if your hourly self-care check-in, so please fix your posture, take your meds, charge your devices, unclench your jaw. You can feed your pets, you can do some stretches, yada yada. Save your files, that's the other one. Take care of yourself. Do it. Do it. Hehehe. Like, what do we got in here? We got, the amber, we got the story, discover the culprit. There's the theories about the ministry for the manifesto. I feel like that's like my least important thing here, as well as the census. I don't care about the census as much. Those two are good because of money. I know what... I feel like Mr. Pages isn't gonna really want, stories about rubbery men. I've got that feeling in me. You know? Da-da-da. My witty and confiding self. Oh yeah, we can look at my, my thing here. Keenly observant of people's characters, unfriendly to the church, a seeker of subtle explanations, opportunistic and not always too concerned about the social contract. On the wrong side of the law, and I like it here. That's fun. A little fun description of me. Da-da-da. I do wonder whether I'm going to give the amber to Ferret or Ivy. I feel like I haven't interacted with Ivy as much, you know? I'm thinking about doing that with Ivy. I'm assuming if I hadn't listened in on the rats that I wouldn't have gotten ratted. But I think it's funny that I got ratted. You know? Hopefully that guy doesn't snore, you know? My little rat friend. Is like instinctively swallow. Like, I instinctively would have bit, I feel. Ratless was a possibility and I went and ratted it up. I don't regret it. That rat's... I'm not trapped with a rat. That rat is trapped with me, you know? I'm gonna make that rat regret that they ratted me. If anything, you know? That or we're gonna be friends. Those are the two possibilities. If that rat doesn't want to be my friend, I'm gonna be so annoying it's gonna want to get out of there. And if I die because of that, hey bud, I'm coming back. What, you want to tunnel out of me? Sure, have fun. That'll be painful for a few hours, and then I'll come back, and I'll probably still have pain, but I won't have a rat anymore. Got epic rat. Beautiful epic rat. Ba-ba-ba. My friends. And such. I am glad that, earlier Grizz mentioned that the Masters are doing something for Valentine's Day. I truly have no idea how many days that I have. Her mentioning that makes me feel a lot better. I'm like, okay, I have more time to investigate. I keep being like, they're going to kill Archie in like 5 minutes. You know? Like, I have to save him now. Alright, the ad? The ad? I mean, I don't know if it was one singular 3-minute ad or if it was... I tend to assume that it was a couple of smaller ones, but hey. Here we are. They are over, is what I'm getting at here. Yeah, commend Rachel's generosity. That was kind of her to do, especially in the circumstances. Oh, if you're thinking she might have sent the body to the butcher, she would never. Landows were always particular. Plenty of folks wouldn't think twice. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the murder? There's some things I don't understand. I don't think they'd want me to. David and Rachel, I mean. Is David answering your questions? He is. He can stand it, I suppose I can. Well, did you have a motive? If you had wanted to kill David Landau, what would the reason be? Was he demanding about his laundry? There's people that would say I had reason. That is, he's done things that might have minded someone to be angry. If you read about it in a broadsheet, not in life as it is, so to speak. I love him. When he talked of going back to the surface, I begged him to stay. I didn't want him hurt or gone or at the bottom of some nasty grave. When he died, do you not believe the nightmares? Night on night of him down there scrabbling at his cloths, you know, the winding thing. I don't know if they buried him in cloth. Just imagine they did, like in the Bible. That's what I saw, over and over. Milton, laughing. I lay my theory out. I hoped it wasn't my fault. I hoped Archie or someone else did something with the medicine. Because how could it be me? I've been lighting those candles for a month and no harm done. Ask if she really didn't change the candles. And they were always the same from the first batch you made. Maybe I put a stronger dose of arsenic in this time around. Maybe I put a few more of them in David's room. Maybe I asked him not to go back to the surface and all he had to say for himself was that I could stay behind. I wasn't sure it would do anything at all. Then I thought, if it did anything, it wouldn't kill him. Wait for her to keep talking. Interrogation tactic! Interrogation tactic! Be quiet and they'll want to fill the silence. I say nothing. Silence has its own power. I didn't poison him. It wasn't me. I don't think it could have been my fault. There wasn't enough in those candles to hurt an insect. And a man doesn't die just because you're thinking harm to him. Plenty of men would have dropped dead before now. Maybe I did everything I said, but there still must have been something else that actually killed him. You gonna tell the court that I did it? Are you going to tell David and Rachel? I don't want to hang here in the dark with no one to bless me first. I might not tell the court at all. The court doesn't have to know what I know. Oh. But if we let Archie hang for it, if it's really my fault, if he didn't do it by accident, not sure I have the courage in me to confess in the court. But I don't want him taking my place either. Can we do like an I am Spartacus situation, where it's like, we don't know, it could have been either of you? Beyond a reasonable doubt? Is that how courts work in London in the late 1800s? Do we have beyond a reasonable doubt? Is that innocent until proven guilty still? We got that? It's nothing to me. I'm never going up again. To hear him tell it, Archie's keen to see his family. Horatio will be setting up the food now. We should pull a Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder. That's actually better than Spartacus, really. Everyone confess to the murder. Even you, David! God, I love a Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder. Oh my god, and her name is Phoebe! Wait a minute! Wait a fucking minute! Look at Phoebe! Fuck! It is Gentleman's Guide. That's 1 out of 2 women! We don't have Sabella. That name isn't as common. So there is a possibility. There's a possibility that the thing was that the medicine was tainted and then Archie gave it to him, or that the candles were tainted and she did that. I'm the first of the morning paper. The headlines today read, Sylvester Lovelace preaches against the ignoble practice of soul donation. Sermon transcribed on page 3. Cool, cool. Recall the past. A month or so after the fall, all the trees died. Nonsense. The trees were already half dead. Half. They'd been withering and losing leaves slowly. Now look at them. Overnight, they're all dead. And in some places, they're gone entirely. Grizz pointed out what day it was. March 20th. Equinox. The days and nights are hardly equal now. There was a notice in the broadsheets about the phenomenon, and a profile of the Totteridge Yew, the northernmost tree to have fallen with London. Overnight, something drank that tree to her dregs, consuming all that the sun had endowed, leaving only bitterness. Archie took the sheet away to pack medicine bottles. Okay, we have that story still. I would really love to figure out, you know, stuff about this motivator, you know? Okay, well, we're gonna take Batachicon's Amber to Ivy, I think. Ivy is familiar with me by now. I'm satisfied with this. This is a good outfit. Hello, Mack. Mention the sermons of Sylvester Lovelace. I recount the newspaper story. A certain Sylvester Lovelace has been preaching far and wide against the donation of souls. I infuse an edge of mockery into the whole. Had a devil the other day. Dreadful arrest and thread she had on, waistcoat and trousers and tweed. Her hair did look like a duck's arse, mind. Move lightly on to new topics. I laugh but let the subject drop. As it seems we're getting acquainted, you might tell me where you come from. Boast a bit of my difficult childhood. I described my family history as I'd done before. I peppered the story with the most outrageous and silly of events, with special attention to the accidental near drowning of an imported elephant. Very good, I won't cut the acquaintance yet. Wouldn't have guessed all that. Goes to show. Ask Ivy to hold Batachicon's Amber. Could you take this for a moment? What in the name of sanity? What is it? Is it that perspiration or oil? I'll be truthful about it. It comes from a man made of rubber who lives under London. Wherever I thought we were going, this is not where I thought we'd end. Under London, you'd say. Like a man, but not. Tentacles and amber. Give it here. Suppose it's no worse than a hat box full of sick. Which I have been asked to handle before. Can heartily recommend self-employment. Rather. Feels warm. I assume not from your mitts. Curious piece. Feels like it's friendly somehow. Like I'm meant to be touching it. Wonder how it works. Yeah, take it back. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your help. I've had worse requests. Though I do now have a powerful urge to wash my hands. Or wipe them upon the next demanding grand dame who sweeps in here. Was there anything else? One speaks for a moment. Talk more about the things that interest her. All of Ivy's secrets belonged, originally, to someone else. Some are confessions, told her by Neath dwellers who could no longer endure the burden. Some are shameful memories or embarrassing dreams, or the acknowledgement of a past crime. She doesn't tell me the substance of what she knows, but she gives me an inventory by type and style and length. No shopkeeper could be prouder about her wares, or more precise about their origin and quality. Ah well, top around for me. That leaves me with another errand for today. Alrighty, righty. Ba-ba-ba. You can take the amber back. Let's take the amber back. I think this is a good enough outfit. Hey there. Oh, you guys are on different sides. I'm used to Patachi-kan being over here and Barochujin being over there. Whoa. This is the craziest thing that's happened in this game. Good Yule, Mack. I trust you and your people are surviving. Patachi-kan burbles a greeting as well. Offer a reserved greeting. Hello. Some people might fill this sort of void with chatter, but I don't feel any need. Silence falls. Do you grow tired of the damp? At times. I remember having dry garments. It was a different lifetime. Simply mention the amber. You remember the errand you gave me? If you have the amber with you, I suggest you return it. You might burst otherwise. I should have warned the thing to come back. The thing he gave me. It has been held as requested. Patachi-kan grasps it as one would a pine cone. Patachi-kan makes a series of surprised honks. They suggest a new possibility has occurred. The tenacity of the merchant is remarkable, as is her doggedness in pursuit of her ambition. Yet there is a grubby, mercenary quality to it I cannot approve. Still, it puts any doubts to rest. Commerce in the city is nascent. The locals subsist upon a crude barter economy. The time is not right. Patachi-kan emits a large, excitable warble. It indicates insistence. Right this instant. Forgive me, I need to evacuate the essences from the amber. I shall be back momentarily. He makes a series of burbling squeaks, escalating in pitch, volume, and duration. I'm given to understand that he sees London as a great marketplace. He continues to make energetic pipings, the origin of which are best left unexamined. I get the sense that he believes if everything was for sale, then it follows that his status as an outsider is too. He makes a percussive noise through the application of several tentacles into each other at studied intervals. I am to understand that through the means of a commercial enterprise, he would find his way to the hearts of Londoners. He hopes that I might assist him in securing such a license. There are a few authorities in London who could furnish such a thing. That was less viscous than previous. I knew that termagant? However you pronounce that at the market was of unwholesome character. I heard warbling while I was gone. As Patachi-kan made his proposal then. He thinks it is time that he be introduced to one of the Khans, so that the lengthy process of rubbery emergence from the warrens can begin. Othathoro! The meaning is clear. That is not what he meant at all. Barochujin glances at me as though for support. We hoped, as the first person to encounter Patachi-kan in the city, that you might advocate for him with the Khan of Books. Suggests that it might be incorrect. It's like, Are you sure you caught the meaning then? I'll owe you a favor if you tell me. Whatever you wish to collect. Ah, and you have dissembered to the amber vats, have you? Wiled away long centuries commingling with the rubbery essences. Dreamt of vast and depthless seas and seen what lingers there in Stygian slumber? No? Then I suggest you do not question my understanding of his speech again. The rubbery men wish to re-emerge. It is best that the process is orderly so as to minimize alarm, and given legal sanction by the Khans of the Bazaar. As the first human to encounter a rubbery man, your voice will lend weight to our argument. As I say, the emergence will take years, decades perhaps, in the deepest reaches. Itachi-kan makes an aggravated honk. He need not wait. A shop of his own, now. Once permission is granted, we can return to the rest. Establish communion, commingle essences, perhaps even re-establish the old vats. Itachi-kan makes a wheezily deflated gurgle. He makes a forlorn second attempt. Marochijin, he wants to assimilate. Itachi-kan, I want to do capitalism! London is a market economy. One captures a market by finding a niche. What better niche than a shop in possession of a rubbery man? Itachi-kan is eager to begin. It means we can both return to the deep places together. And prepare for the emergence, of course. They both look at me, as though waiting for my response. I'm sorry, Barochujin? You seem great? I'm gonna ask Mr. Pages to help establish a shop. I'll help I will help Itachi-kan open his shop. Serve as an ambassador to rubbery affairs. Itachi-kan makes a squeezed warble of delight. And leave the rubberies waiting below? Yeah, you definitely care about them. While you fritter away time on this distraction. I hope you are satisfied with your new interpreter. Hey, you can still be the interpreter. I'm just helping him with a different thing, you know? Itachi-kan makes a consolatory burble. Evidently, my attempts to safeguard you and yours are no longer required. Surplus to requirements. I shall thank you for saving my life when the fourth city fell. To be fair, she's a shit interpreter lying about his intentions. Yeah. Yeah. It really, it's like, hey, it's like if she was just truly being like, now this is what he's saying, however I disagree, then maybe I would have sided with her, but her being like, that's not what he's saying. He's saying the thing that I want. Not that, you know, it's like if she was, it's like, you're being a dick, and you will get comeuppance for it in the form of me siding with this silly little guy. And shall leave you to your new one, with its no doubt more exciting prospects. Itachi-kan lets out an aggrieved whistling hoot. I'll let her go. That's her. Goodbye, Barochujin. Yes, though I dispute the goodness of it. I hope this city of yours is large enough that we do not meet again. Itachi-kan makes a lonely hooting sound, but does not intervene. Okay. Time to go home. Down to supper. Yummy, yummy. Alright. Let that boy do capitalism. Straight to sleep. I think this next day, my idea is maybe getting Moss's census and then going to talk to Mr. Pages about Itachi-kan, and perhaps also while I'm there, being able to give my census results. I get to the morning newspaper after Grizz is done with it. The headlines today read, oh boy. Jovial master of debate offers vigorous contradiction on matters of theology, philosophy, botany, biology, economy, theosophy, and natural law. Any stance gladly adopted, services reasonably priced. Engage now to argue against your fears of coming apocalypse. Oh, it is the guy I like. I truly did not process any of the words because there were too many of them. It did say jovial, and it did say that he liked to get into arguments about literally anything. It said jovial, that was word one. Look, the problem with reading all this out loud is sometimes I don't get to process things perfectly. I'll think of another memory here. And I think of him more as contrarian rather than jovial, you know? I know he's got only the 2 words, but I think of the second word more than I think of the first word. Where do I submit my orders for supper? Which orders would those be, love? Concerning what I would like to eat? So that the housekeeper can prepare it. This isn't Claridge's, child. If you care to dine in, you'll have the same meal as the rest of the lodgers. And it'll be what I fancy cooking that day. Oh, in that case, I'm content to leave the matter in your hands. My mother always did say that it wasn't ladylike to leave the poor housekeeper with the responsibility of choosing a menu. So I thought, but I imagine on reflection, that's for when one has guests. I haven't seen Grizz in a while. And I still have this novel plot. Da-da-da. Take the census with Moss. Ba-ba-ba. Let's wear a different outfit. I'm here on business. I feel like I want those off. You wanna come along?
Please, please, the blue does not complement my suit.
I can have an appreciation of craft.
It's the perfect outfit. To make yourself something better to wear.
Alright then, get off my head. Nah, we'll just go hatless. I'm satisfied with this. Mack! Right, yes, I was Russian, but also New Jersey was the voice. Yes! Mack, it is good to see you! Explain that I'm working for the Ministry on the Census. The Ministry of Accounting and Recounting have asked me to work on the census. I see. Try to establish some trust. I think more of love than I did before the fall. Is that foolish? Have you been in love? Aha! Are you married? I understand the terms, but I have no experience of the concept. And Polythream 1 is a part of a greater whole. One of us cannot be separated from all of us. I think with the Russian but also New Jersey sort of thing, sometimes I turn into that guy from fucking Life. It Never Die. Women are my favorite guy, you know? I think I turn into Planet of the Base guy. I don't remember his name. It's adjacent, but not quite, but it's also sort of there. It's mostly because my voice is not that deep. But you know, sometimes it goes a little bit into it. A king with 100 hearts encompasses us all. Were you in love with the king? And you are all in union with the king? I serve my king. We are one. DJ Crazy Times, thank you. But it was a little more unusual. I'll leave the question as it stands. I hold a silence. Sometimes that does more than any request. I don't read trust on Moss's face. Some other emotions perhaps, but not trust. It has come to my attention that your interest of me may be in a romantic or indeed sexual nature. He makes a sound like a rock falling into a well. It occurs to me that it would be good to discuss the subject head-on, including our personal and anatomical compatibilities. I am sorry. From your expression, I fear I may have misread the situation. Or perhaps you wish to reveal personal anatomical detail that would render my concerns null? Does Clayman have dick? Suggest I would prefer a non-physical intimacy. I think that's what I think that's the decision I chose at the beginning of this. I prefer we remain intimate in other ways. Yes, that seems wisest. You know my heart is not my own. In a manner both literal and otherwise. The king shaped these lips in his image. They speak, they move, but are without feeling. I understand if you would prefer to discourse. Yes? Is that what I said? Is that... Sorry, sentence not make proper made word good to me. Oh, like talking, yes. It is an activity which brings me immense satisfaction, though. When it is with you. Ask Moss about their work. I'll just simply ask. I almost fear to ask about your employment. Half the neighborhood have adopted some criminal enterprise. I had a gift to give my king's companion who resided in the last city, but I could not find him. I am of a mind to rest and gather myself before I see if he has returned to this new city. Be careful out in the city. I have seen it is not a place that always rewards virtue. I think we're friends. I grin. One more errand today. Let's head on over to Mr. Page's then, I think. I don't have the ability to talk to... I have to do it from there. Well, in that case... let's tell Rachel my latest plot work. Rachel is familiar with me by now, but I still would not like to show up wearing this. We'll go with my cool sailor's top. We'll just go with the classic, I think. But also the wig. I like having silly thoughts. Let's go on. You have a visitor? Wait for Phoebe to go, I will. Good to see you. I pause and look in Phoebe's direction. Mention the services advertised by the Jovial Master of Debate. Yeah! I recount the newspaper story. A Jovial Master of Debate is offering paid contradiction services. I infuse an edge of mockery into the whole. Why would I be mockery? I wanna hang out with that guy constantly. One of my favorite characters, come on. Because of my hair? I guess, yeah. Mockery into the idea that it's like, this guy came up with the idea and I didn't. You know what? I'm being a contrarian to him being a contrarian. I like to imagine that if I met him, we would have like a whole like duck season, rabbit season thing. Where like, I know like the most of the times I would interact with him, I forget. It was like at a party, right? There's like a thing where like there's like a card where you go to a party and you can meet him there. I like to imagine that when that happens, we like start off like an argument, and by the end of it, we have both changed sides, but we are still arguing just as passionately, and I'd like to imagine like it's a big spectacle every single time. It completely distracts the rest of the party for like an hour. You know? That's fascinating. You have a copy of today's I can keep. There's a germane detail in my latest chapter. Comment on how society's true nature is showing. They always were monster society. Now it just shows a bit more. Rachel hears me out, but it's plain this question doesn't matter as much to her as it to me. Don't mind me. Rachel brings up a legend, common amongst the servant classes, that the Neath contains many other fallen cities. I wouldn't say many, but, you know, some. They say it's just the way the floor of the deep ocean is covered with bones. When a leviathan dies, it sinks to the bottom, and there is no one to bury it. Offer my happy plot. I lay out the plot as I've arranged it, especially the neat conclusion. This ends very cheerfully. Yes? Listen, I know you're new to this, but plot is better for a short story. With a serial novel, we must constantly take our heroine from one predicament to another. Flatter her into using it. I wouldn't trust anyone else with the story. I'm sure you could tell it. Very well. I have something for you. I don't know whether you'll care for it, but if you don't, it probably has some slight value. It was a gift, but for various reasons I don't quite dare wear it myself. I believe it's of devil make. She fishes in her bag and pulls out a gleaming piece of brass jewelry, strangely made. Oh, a Spirifer! Spirifer's fork. A sort of fork. It shows my allegiance to my yellow-eyed friends. Rachel adds proper payment. 1 fucking cent, baby! Express my most wild and profuse gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you, 1,000 blessings upon you. Think nothing of it. There's more if you can take it on from that point. I'll have some work to do putting flesh on all these bones, and there are some points of motivation that I may alter slightly. But it can be used. It can certainly be used. Confide in Rachel, why not? Do you have any art in you? Do you write or sing or paint? Describe aspirations in another field. I tell her about my efforts and my aspirations. Even when I stray far from her own expertise, she listens intently. I am most interested in what you mean to do with it. Before the fall, we all knew what art was for. A sale, a wealthy patron, the infiltration of one's preferred salon. Fascinating. I'm glad you've told me this. I should be elsewhere. My publisher will be sending around a messenger at any moment. Goodbye, then. At this point, I go back to Horatius. Ooh. Introduce some new incident to get the heroine's troubles moving again. A spoiled beauty was content with life when, passing through London streets one afternoon, the spoiled beauty encountered someone. An individual of undetermined identity had unknown feelings. A spoiled beauty had unknown feelings. Spoiled beauty did something to someone, and they did something in response. Now, last time we brought in the Rat Prophet King, I believe, yes? Now, we could bring in the Rubbery Man. We could bring in... Can't bring in our fucking rat friend. We can bring in Ferret, though. There's also the King. I want, like, an antagonistic force this time. Let's go with... Intriguing Stranger. Oh, Virginia. Scheming Rival, of course. Why can't I do that? It disagrees with the others. Fear to the other. Hoped for vengeance, perhaps. So she took up monster hunting. She didn't realize. Has nightmares. Is deceased. How's that? A spoiled beauty was content with life when, passing through London streets one afternoon, the spoiled beauty encountered the scheming rival. The scheming rival had once had a bad experience with the spoiled beauty, and dreamed of a violent revenge. The spoiled beauty had unknown feelings. What do you mean by that? Like if I say ran? There's no way for me to say anything about that? The spoiled beauty escaped but took up monster hunting. The scheming rival did not lift a finger to intervene. The scheming rival has since died. The spoiled beauty is haunted by nightmares. There we go. There we go! The scheming beauty died at her hands when the scheming rival died at her hands when the spoiled beauty was out on the hunt. The scheming rival has made his way back from the river of death in the boatman's skiff. A spoiled beauty is haunted by nightmares. I like that. That's good. That's a good one, I think. And yes, this is another... It's another good one there. Alright, do we just have... Yeah, we just have dinner now. Go down to supper. Yummy, yummy. Chew diligently. Finish eating. Go on to sleep. Here we are, 300 days since the fall. Oh boy. 5 days remain in the season of Yule. I'm the first of the morning paper this time. The headlines today read, "Come see Tristram Bagley's newest opera. Witness the rise of a prodigy." Recall the past. Give me a memory. Ah, I can't remember anything. Ba-ba-ba. Head on outside then. I know him by a different name and also like him. I also like him. Great. If it's a spoiler to be for that guy's name to be whoever it is, you can message me in on Discord. It won't pop up on screen or anything. I can just notice it. Ba-ba-ba. I can continue my romance with Ferret, if possible. It's been more delightful time with Moss, it has. Ba-ba-ba. Yay! I was hoping it would be him! I'm gonna be so real! When you said that I liked him, I was hoping it would be him, but I was like, that's such a weird choice. I was like, that's so out of nowhere. That's just another character I like. That's the only thing. Yippee! 2 of my favorite guys in a row and newspaper headlines. What's gonna be next? The fucking shit, I forgot his name. Fuck, I forget who he was. The guy that I accidentally killed. How he got like that is Big Heart's Desire spoilers. Ah, okay. You can hang out with Ferret. I also had my boyfriend earlier. Which one? Are we talking about... Which one? The scary creature. Okay, that's the one I thought. I thought it would be the scary creature. I was like, you're not telling me that the once dashing smuggler appeared and was still dashing and I missed it. He's like still dashing at this point. He would be the currently dashing smuggler. Wish he was here. Fail Better Games, if you make a sequel to this, if you make another Fallen London universe dating sim, please! I miss the once dashing smuggler every day! Oh boy. Let's see here. Go hang out with Ferret. I think we're gonna go to bring Batachi-kan to Mr. Page's, I think. I will change. I want to wear my little bit of amber. Maybe I'm hatless. Yeah. Like, if I'm trying to... Maybe I'll wear these, though. Yeah, we'll go with this. We'll go with this. There is also, like... Of, like, me being like, which boyfriend? There's also, like, the guy that I'm actually married to, but I don't remember what he's... He was just, like, a thief or something like that? A criminal? I remember his portrait. His portrait was really good. But, you know. I like him. But, you know, I don't remember what his title is. or anything like that. Master Jewel Thief, yes. Yes, yes. I'm satisfied with this. Let's go convince a freak to let capitalism happen. Hitachi-kan burbles a greeting. Hitachi-kan wriggles his tentacles with nervous anticipation. You ready to meet Mr. Pages? Hitachi-kan makes a lonely warble. I think he misses Baruchujine's constant presence. This is followed by a forlorn trumpeting noise. It indicates that he suspects she is stealing his idea to set up shop. His very specific suggestion. Perhaps he knows more about her current whereabouts than he is saying, but he gives no further indication. He makes a resolute honk. It is of no concern of his, wherever she is. He wonders where that might be. No, we're gonna go capitalism, baby! Mr. Pages is not known for an excess of patience. A brave little warble follows, but Hitachi-kan is as ready as he'll ever be. Come on! There it is!
I am informed of a familiar visitation. I hope it will not be like that ghastly novel where the miser is inflicted with spirits, each more disgronomious than the past.
Hitachi-kan makes a shy warble. It conveys a sense of distant acquaintance, cautiously renewed.
Ah, the intentacled ones! I had not thought to see you again. The past resurfaces in the most unexpected ways. I hope the stitchments of past and presents will not cause undue repitudes.
Express cautious hopes for a union of master and rubbery. I hope we can put the past to bed.
A wondrous notion, that shovel and verger, tintintabulate the church bells.
Hitachi-kan makes excited, albeit nervous hoots.
I am informed you come not only with glad tidings of resurrectionism, but also a proposition.
Hitachi-kan gestures wildly, and many orifices produce plangent warbles. The cacophony is loud, but the sense is clear. Hitachi-kan requests not an introduction, but a license. The warbling continues.
A magisterial cacophony! I only wish I could understand it.
The desire takes shape in oozing syllables. Commerce, a license to trade. A shop of its own, to trade from. The warbling ceases. Hitachi-kan gives you an expectant look.
You must interpolate for me.
Make a translation. I'll do my best. Hitachi-kan makes a worried warble. Hitachi-kan makes a second hooting attempt, ending with a defiant Uthatharu. He is insistent that he requires a place of business from which to engage in the chief activity of London. That is, commerce. Pages looks at me, awaiting elucidation. Translate accurately, obviously, this is what I'm here for. Hitachi-kan wishes to open a shop.
The masters outlawed charity, you know. Despite the evident excitables around the proposalment, I can see many flaws, obstacles, and errors. Commerce grows slowly, the economy is not yet stabilized. To allow competition in such a fragile ecology could prove disastrous. It is with full heart I must decline, but it seems prudent that a more managed rapprochement between Rubbery and Londoner must begin. And with you already here as an embassy, I believe the process may begin. I shall send clerks to bedevil you shortly. A capricious day to you all.
Hitachi-kan makes an anguished honk. There is a determination in his tone. But there is no blame. He makes a final defiant Uthathathuru. This is not the end. But there will be work regardless. The re-emergence of rubbery men is not a small matter. He will return to the Warrens. He hopes to see me soon. For now, he is very tired. Hell yeah. Judging by the clock, I can afford another errand today. Alrighty, righty, righty. Da-da. I want to look at my stories again here. I feel like in order to get more information on this, I'm gonna have to, change, like, more stuff, you know? I mean, we could... Okay, made an honest mistake is only left for Archie. This would have to be somebody else tainting it, though, you know? What do you mean swapped drugs for poison can't be an unknown someone? It all leads to Milton, you know? I'm not sure. I just really want to know what Milton was doing with those candles. It's really so... It's so little. I'm just so stuck on it. I mean, it's like the arsenic is really... Because that means in order to make the candles, right, that they would have arsenic in the house. So it's just like... I'll think of that more during the ad break, I think. For now, let's do a couple more side quest type stuffs. Let's turn in all of our census forms. Let's get a bit more money. I'll change. Put this on. Take that off. Maybe put that on. Why not? That'll do. I'm satisfied with this.
Undercon Grizz, should Mack assist with censoring the mail?
Oh, no, that's not a good idea. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. That's not a good idea. Comrade, don't misunderstand. We're not changing anyone's letters.
We change whatever displeases us.
We really haven't altered anything to speak of.
You have anything more?
Here's one about Batachi-Khan. I feel like this is... No, we'll save the one about Batachi-Khan. I've got used to the transaction now.
Its existence is a scream. Or is it like a scream? Like a laugh, you know? Like, I've heard that be it. Its existence is a scream. There will be more like it in time, Men of Mud. My colleagues employ them. They do not always read or write. Not suitable factors for our ministry.
Your colleagues employ them now, do they? I wonder if there's two of them going around being weird.
Do you have anything more?
Here's the one about Barochuchin. The trick is to not look at the back of the penny at all.
She is a denizen of the previous city. Her arrangements will not be novel. You have anything more? Did you not give me any money for that, bitch?
Oh no, wait, I did. I got it at the beginning.
Fluke Sponikin. It is notable they have advanced so far as the assignment of nomenclature. Enough of our conversation. Be gone.
You know what? I no longer have romantic feelings for Mr. Pages. I'm sorry, bud. You're not here for me. I tried. Okay, let's go to dinner. Yummy, yummy foods. I chew diligently. Not a lot has happened at dinner. I tried, but alas, it won't bite me. Boy, oh boy. Okay. Get the morning newspaper for Grizz. Society abuzz. Rumors of forthcoming nuptials between S and EB. That's what I'm used to names looking like. Alright. Nope, I don't got any more memories. My memory gone. Okay, I got some more money. There's the manifesto type thing. I want to investigate the murder more. I just don't know where to go from here. Okay. What are our actions here? Inscribed buildings was a chance victim, fought over Milton, fought over Rachel, abandoned after an affair, novelized the affair, told of impermanent murder, sold contraband, swapped drugs for poison. Somehow influenced, offered unknown provocation. Knowingly gave poison, made an honest mistake, swapped drugs for poison, took in sigil marked candles, somehow transmitted poison. I mean, if I put either of these in here, you know, it doesn't... like... I feel like there's a lot of these people we can, like, eliminate from being involved, you know? I feel like these guys here are, like, the big ones, you know? Maybe Tentacle, who knows? What if we said Rachel did it? I don't feel like she did. She got mad. She was upset because he was mean about Milton. I don't know. Can that get us more information here? Yeah, interview David about Rachel's access to poison. Because if I go back here... yeah, it's gotta just be... yeah, we'll just do that. Fuck it, sure. You know what, actually, chat, we are about I'm fucking up my sentence. We are about to experience 3 minutes of ads. So during this time, everybody please take care of yourself, go to the bathroom, grab a snack, get something to drink, alright? And this is your hourly self-care check-in. Fix your posture, save your files, take your meds, unclench your jaw, do some stretches, feed your pets, charge your devices, do what you gotta do. I did bonk some of my cords, that's what that little noise was. Do not worry, that wasn't your computer, that was mine. Alright. I'm gonna be looking at this fucking story during this ad break. I'm not gonna make any progress in the game, I'm just gonna be looking at the story. Because... don't know why I don't even feel like Milton has a motive, you know? I guess if I put Milton over here, I could ask about a motive, but I feel like he's the motivator, not the motive, not the culprit, you know? Like, he didn't actually... I guess somehow transmitted poison. That's why I gotta press people. There hasn't been, like, any... I don't know what I'm doing! I don't know what I'm doing, but I gotta save Archie's life, you know? So why would he do it? Why would he do it? Yeah, David could be the motivator because they fought over Rachel. We could say like this? You know? Because my just thought is that there's arsenic in the house. That's what I'm... I don't know if that's actually it, but that's the only thing that I could find. It's a good thing to chase him with? Yeah, I think this is a good thing here. I truly have no clue. I mean, I said it before, like, when I was, like, on a previous stream, and I'll say it again. The thing with most murder mysteries is that too many people have a motive. Too few people have a motive in this, and I'm just so out of my depth. It's like nobody has a motive. It's like nobody It's not a thing of, oh, there's a lot of people that I could believe did it. It's, I don't know if anybody did it, and I don't know how. He died. I can tell you that much, he died. What's that about? Because it's like, David did mention, like, oh, the medicine that Archie gave me was weird, but it's like, that's because Archie ran out of his ingredients. There's a part of me that wonders if, like, since he switched to that, like, magical cure-all type thing before he mentioned, like, when they got to the Neath, he was like, oh, I'm gonna go for this, like, other drug that I don't often use, and then he ran out of it, and he had to switch back to normal drugs. There's a part of me that wonders, like, if he's like, did he maybe, like, get a dependency on that he no longer had access to? But I don't know if that would mean... I guess that's a question for, like, how Fallen London works. If you had, like, a dependency on something that you would die without, but it not being, like... You know, it's not like like an insulin, if you're diabetic or whatever, you know? It's like a weird drug, you know? And then you die and you come back, you know? Are you good, or will you, like, keep dying from drug? From lack of... You know, if you have an addiction, I suppose, and then you die from withdrawal, and you come back, still there? Or did you like, is that like the equivalent of quitting cold turkey? Flushing it all out of the system, you know? I feel like you would probably still have it, or at least in, like, the sense of habit, at the very least. Who knows? My character, when I was playing, didn't do too many drugs. Generally, what kills you must be somewhat fixed up before you can properly come back, so you're imagining that the detoxing would continue when you woke up, but the urges would remain. That makes sense, yeah. So it's like, I don't know how to phrase it, I'll think about that later. It's not relevant currently. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah. I mean, should I keep it as candles, or should I, have the method be unknown? Let's have it be unknown, I suppose. Let's ask Archie. We could ask Archie about other poisoning methods. That's also good. Let's ask Archie about other poison. I feel like that would be a smart thing to do. Satisfied with this? We haven't seen Archie, and I want to see Archie. Yeah, you've said this dialogue before. Yeah, flirt with Archie. I'm so glad that you and I chanced to lodge in the same house. It was the kindness of fate. We fall into banter, and we do not quickly recover. The conversation turns to the behavior of animals, which is ever more peculiar and alarming. Hey, Archie! So you're a doctor, yeah? I have a rat in me. Medical opinion? There's a rat? Medical opinion, there's a rat, please? Diagnosis, rat. Prescription? That's your problem. I got a rat. What do you think about that? Did you like my rhyme? It was definitely intentional. The rat made me do that. Mind if I ask you some questions about David's murder? Anything that might help you to clear my name, ask away. Poisons in the household. Suppose David's killer was there at the same time you were. But they used something other than the drug to do it. Was there anything else that would have taken, do you suppose? There's arsenic in cloth sometimes. Wallpaper, though, I've never heard of anyone but small children being taken sick by that. Or it might be in candles. There's a fair mite of ingenious ways you might go about it. Medical views of the poison. What type of poison was it? I should have asked that. What I gave him. It was very gentle, just to settle his stomach. 10 times the dose would not have harmed him. All I know is that he died. Was it quick with convulsions, or did it take longer? Did he go all blue around the mouth? Did he... as if he'd ate something unnatural? What would indigo coloration signify? Arsenic. They dye arsenic to make it easier to see. Though in that case, David might not have been inclined to eat it. But in the darkness, maybe people aren't looking as closely at their food. That could lead to a rash of poisonings. Not that people want to see their food at the moment. What would it mean if David had convulsions? Cyanide. It's very quick. It's a method for spies and political assassins. If you're killing someone to keep a secret, a victim will not have time to speak. There might have been other things in the house as well. Rachel might know. If she wanted to say, that is. For a moment, no one speaks. Does that friend zone him, or does that mean, like, we're both friends and lovers? You know, I'm worried about... I don't want to friend zone him, but if we can be both friends and lovers, then that would be great. You know? Do you know that, Lee? Whatever, I'll just talk more about our feelings. We've had this dialogue before a few times here. Cloth. Think it's fine? But we're already friends? Alright, good. I'm pretty sure too. He's the first one on here. So we can talk to Rachel about that? He said. Well, if I go back to my stories here... Is that a method, then? Arsenical cloth. You know, I feel like... if I asked Milton whether he did it, he would give me an honest answer. And I know that's saying a lot because he's a devil, but you know... No, Milton has those vibes, yeah. Get Ivy's perspective on possible murder methods. God, I love that freak, yeah. Yeah, Milton, you cool? You cool here, bud? I'll wear a little thing. Maybe he'll like me more. Do you like me more if I wear this? Are we buds? What was the voice that I gave him? Fuck, I forgot that by talking to you, I'd have to talk to you. What was your voice? Ah, Mac. To what do I owe the pleasure? I feel why is this Patrick Bateman a little bit? Well, sure, we'll go for it. It's not quite Patrick Bateman, but I feel like it's adjacent enough, you know? Right, he was stilted and weird. Patrick Bateman, got it. Oh, boy, let's talk about your possible guilt. Did you see David on the last day of his life? I visited the house. I did not attend David Landau's sickbed. It was male Queen Deltarune to a degree, which is Patrick Bateman, I guess, yes. Instead, I had a brief... My thought had been like... If this is the same voice that I did last time, my voice for this was sort of like a talk show host, but like... not as charismatic as one would hope, you know? Not all boisterous. Not like that. More down to earth, they say, while still holding, like, 5 fucking big watches on their wrist, you know? They're trying to appeal to you. What's wrong with that? Don't worry about it. Real would have taken part in that COVID John Lennon Imagine video, the Gal Gadot one. Would have taken part in that, you know? Instead, I had a brief conversation with Rachel Landau and went away again. I did not put poison in Archie's medicine. Bring up the marks on the corpse. The body we found in David's grave. When I saw it, there were strange symbols on its face. Symbols that, on reflection, look like this correspondence. I suddenly find myself very curious what exactly you think I did. Well, you dug up the real David and replaced him with a false David, which you made somehow by writing on its forehead. Don't be too hasty to be in the confidence of hell. Entice him to shock London. What does that mean? Fuck it. I haven't usually seen you hesitate to say something merely because it would horrify London. You haven't earned our trust. There's a brief lull in the conversation. Milton considers whether there is anything to add. Do visit our little consulate again sometime, Mac. By now, Horatio will be wondering where I am. Alright, do I gotta get buddy-buddy with you? Did you fucking do it? Did you fuck with the corpse? Supper. Oh, I made him upset? Is that really bad? Is that really bad? Or is this recoverable? No, it's fine? Okay. Archie's trial is scheduled in a few days' time. If there is anything you had to tell me about it, you have 3 full days left to do so. Ah! Further evidence against our friend. Or further alibis. You just usually see him happy even when you insult the fuck out of him. You're intruding on our supper. Do I have a solution? Just I have all this information, but I don't know how it connects, I suppose, and I feel like I'm missing a lot of it. You know? I truly, the motive, the lack thereof, is the biggest thing here, you know? It was probably arsenic, right? Because that's the one that just keeps coming up every single time. And then it's like, what's up with the candles? I don't know if the candles are it or if it's... Because that just confirms that there's arsenic in the house. I'll get you. I've worked out the truth. I'll bring it to you. You know where to find me. This would not be necessary if he had given us warning. Archie could have gone into hiding. There are ways under the city within it. What do you think, Moss? That's what I said, yeah. We do not have many fugitives in Polythrim. It's difficult to escape the law when every brick can proclaim which way you went. Yummy, yummy. Ah! I want to save Archie, I just don't know what I'm doing here. Ministry of Public Decency bans printing of former London street names. Fucking always with this shit. I'm assuming I don't have any more memories still. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck was up with him carving the candles? Why did he do that? I feel like I'm looking at nothing, you know? I feel like I'm... Oh. Interrogate Rachel about who handled the candles, sure. Let's wear a different thing. Let's put a different lapel on. This should be fine. Satisfied with this. Hello, hello? I'll just wait simply for her to go. Good to see you. Let's talk about the ban. I recount the newspaper story. The Ministry of Public Decency has forbidden the printing of former London street names. As far as faceless unelected representatives go, I'm sure England's had worse. It's not as if any of us were going to run for Parliament, or vote. Talk about the sinister nature of authority. I speak a moment about the sinister nature of the Ministry. Don't mind me. They say if you travel far enough through the cave, you'll find the ruins of Kitis? I don't know what that is. Anyway, here's this. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the murder? There's some things I don't understand. Yes. Is David answering your questions? He is. He can stand it, I suppose I can. That's what Phoebe said. You were here the night David returned, so you recall what happened on the day. Remind me? If you could tell me again. David stayed in his bed all day. Ivy Fitzclarett had come over to make over some of my gowns. That was in the morning. A little later, Mr. Reed came to see David. While he was here, well, I don't remember the exact order, but Milton also paid a call. We didn't speak long. I was preoccupied and I thought his visit was untimely. After everyone had gone, David took ill. We could hear the noises from a distance. It was violent. Horrible.
When I reached him, he was still alive for a few minutes, but he was already passing. Then, everything happened quickly. He was dead, the magistrate called. You know about the inquest? Ask about distribution of candles. Did anyone bring candles into David's room the day he died? That was Phoebe's task. I would sometimes arrange candles in the other rooms, but she was always fussing over the lighting there. He needed a great many candles to read. It's not a small part of the household expenses. Is it possible that Milton did this? He didn't go into David's bedroom on the day. They weren't on friendly terms. Though it seems I did not know Milton as well as I thought. Press the point. How far did the dislike go? David thinks Milton is a person of loose morals and tastes. He has been too ill himself to accompany me to any of Milton's salons. He imagines it is all ladies of the demi-monde peeling grapes for gentlemen, instead of a company of well-dressed men and women debating the emergence of a new apocalyptic tradition in art, and debating whether one might include London's graffiti among the examples. Have they fought? No, not if you're picturing fisticuffs or duels in the alley. For the most part, it was a cutting aside here and there. For the most part, there was something beyond asides then. We have to start by finding the truth. Rachel hesitates between two disagreeable prospects. Not everyone deserves help. David did confront Milton once, when he was visiting. He asked his intentions and suggested he might forbid Milton to visit. David is not well enough to try and force Milton out himself. And we don't have as many servants as we did. Phoebe could hardly drag Milton out of the house herself. Milton said a few words. They must have been in English, but I didn't understand them. David was as confused as I was. But just then I saw in the mirror in our parlor the image of a different David, pale white and waxen, staring out from beyond the glass. The reflected David mouthed some words. We couldn't hear them. They were silent as a dream. But we could see that the reflection spoke with a split tongue. Hee, I know who those guys are. David and I stood there looking at it for a moment, and then it was gone. I don't know what happened. What the image was, or what it meant, or whether Milton had summoned it, or whether it came of its own accord. It's not the first time down here that I've heard of someone seeing something in the mirror that isn't there. But David was as quiet as though he had been rebuked. He didn't say anything else to Milton. There's a brief lull in the conversation. Tell me about your art friends. Rachel's conversation circles back to Milton's salon, which is plainly the source of most of her social engagement. At first he wouldn't entertain anyone who painted or sketched, or, worse yet, committed acts of sculpture. He said you couldn't tell enough about the souls of the characters, and it wasn't interesting to him if it didn't afford a view. But he was converted out of that view by the contribution of the Solomons, especially Simeon, who according to Milton makes all his painted heroes into a temptation and a reproach. After that, the rules against visual representation were somewhat relaxed and the company grew more mixed. The business of the salon is evidently central in Rachel's existence, and at the same time is the one thing that David will not allow her to discuss at home. So she tells all of it to me, never tiring of its personalities and its particular etiquette, so unlike the manners of her own family. I should be elsewhere. My publisher, yes, that's how I tell you to leave. Took in candles. Let me look at the story here. I mean, like they're sigil marked, you know? Like that feels even more. You know, it's like...
I feel like it's something like this, you know? This could just be a good red herring. It's just all that I have. It's just all that I have. Challenge Milton about his own involvement in David's death, you know? It's like, it's all that I have. I'm so close to the trial. I'm getting desperate. I had my side quest adventures already. Ah, Mack, to what do I owe the pleasure? If I do this, can I circle back to that? I wanna also, like, you know, be chill with this guy. Cunningly deduced. But it was Phoebe who made and lit the candles. It was David who provoked her, and Rachel who kept the boundary between servant and family. Why do you look to me with the blame? Comment on the relative motives involved? You showed the most malice and had the least excuse. Everyone else acted from some powerful interest or emotion. You were simply toying with them. I was experimenting with them. It was scientific and aimed at their betterment. Even for David, if you can believe that. Is this guy straight up admitting it, or am I insane? What? Wait, what? Wait. Are you straight up admitting it, or am I misunderstanding the situation? Let me reread this. Okay, either you're admitting you did it, or you're admitting doing something similar. You're admitting at least fucking with them. And I hardly see why you offer most sympathy to the most irrational of actors. No, don't try to answer now. That's something for you to think on later. My little gift for you. Among my kind, death is additive rather than subtractive, an upwards progression. I, however, find myself lacking. My memories of the Fourth City are limited and unsatisfying. You can put your ideas before the court. It is possible they will be heard. But your judge has no power to execute me. I can be killed only if I am willing to be. Until I can discover what went wrong the last time I died, I am disinclined to revisit the experience. It may diminish me even further. Once I do know, I would be willing to undertake an execution. Archibald is guiltless here. Phoebe rather more entangled, but I will fall in their place. If I can be sure of rising up again. And perhaps next time, in a form Virginia and her ilk would find less easy to mock. Okay, so you being like, okay, Archie didn't do it. Phoebe just sort of like got involved in it by accident. And he's willing to take the fall as long as he knows that he'll get revived? Ask what would be required. Yeah, how can I help? And how would I even begin to recover what you have lost? I don't know. You are very resourceful, I have found. Those with more vulgar vocabularies might even venture intrepid.
I would say even worse things, I would say. You know, intrepidibulous, I would say.
Why the fuck is that guy here? Get him out. I'm hitting him with a broom. Anyway, when devils die, they take on a fresh form. If you find someone who knows what became of my last one, I may be able to assist. The fourth perished with me. But there may be those who survived. They might remember what happened. They might even know where my corpse ended. If you find any such, do let me know. Though I suppose they might not know me as I am now. Where the fuck did she go? Fuck! In which case, if you should encounter such an individual, ask them about Tulchi. For I'm eager to learn what I was. No doubt we'll meet again, Mack. We can exchange further tokens of distrust next time. Where did she go? Barochajin! I need to find her. Okay, okay, okay. You know, might be too late, but I found one. Found one? What the fuck does that mean? I found a route. Okay, I missed that. Grizz leaves me the newspaper after she's read everything of political import. The headlines today read, Feline answering name of Pebbles accused of carrying prisoners' messages from the HMS on Gillette. Ah. I was worried something like this would happen. This is why this is why for so long I was like, I don't want to do the side quest, I want to focus on this, and then I gave in to the side quest, and then I'm fucked forever. I go back to this. It said Batachikon could help? On the map? Yeah. It also said Virginia, you know? I was wondering whether... Let's go for Batachikon. I feel like Virginia's gonna be like, ew, no, fuck off. Let's change. You know, let's put on something that I think that our good pal will like. I think this is good enough. Satisfied with this. Let's hope that I can get this done fast. Batachikon burbles a greeting. Do you know a devil named Tulchi? The devil in the last city with the name of Tulchi? Wooths! He makes an intrigued trilling hoot, indicating that while he did not know the name of the devil, they were certainly known to the rubbery men. One in particular. He makes a phlegmatic honk. His tentacles rise in unison and begin to flap like the wings of a great creature. After a few moments, he subsides. He thinks Barochuchi may be of more help on this subject. She, of course, is not here. No doubt she has stolen his idea, his plan to engage in commerce. A decisive honk. It matters not. He cannot help you on this. Damn. If you want answers, you shall have to trawl the mercantile establishments until you find Barochuchin. And Batachikon certainly has no interest in where precisely she might be. I could look for her if you like. Batachikon makes a noise that indicates he has no idea who I am referring to. A further honk indicates he is certain that she is trying to prove that she can manage on her own without him. A final derisive warble suggests she will be bullying some hapless shopkeeper even as we speak. For a moment, no one speaks. Goodbye. Batachikon hoots. I'm in no hurry. Look. I shake my head to clear it. The ruminations are gone. All is as it was. Just time for just another errand today. It's trial! Look to Barochuchin for finding Milton's remains. She's on the map now. Hopefully she likes me. I don't know what I could wear to make her like me. Lend comfort. Sure. Sure. You find Barochuchin at Ivy's stall, inspecting the merchandise. You have the sense you have interrupted something. Happy Yuletide, Mack. I hope you're as well as can be expected. Mention the message passing of cats? Yeah, I'll try to be polite. If I count the newspaper story, a cat has been accused of passing messages to prisoners. Oh. There's some talk of inducting cats into the diplomatic service, or training them for espionage. I make the story as engaging as I can, plenty of detail and a fair sprinkling of dramatic pauses. Monsters, you say? Have you found the spindle wolves yet? I assume not. You would remember having done so. Talk about the need to protect oneself, I suppose. Safety begins at home. We should look after our own and be careful of things and people we don't know. You never know what's out there. Turns to the behavior of the animals, which is ever more peculiar and alarming. Did you know a devil in the last city with the name of Tulchi? How do you know that name? He is dead. No, you have encountered him. I remember the scent of rose and smoke. It clings to you like a miasma, which means something survived. You may be content to dig up monsters. I do not see why I should assist you in this error. It would mean a great deal to me if you can elaborate. You will regret the question, but since you ask... Tulchi was my opposition. I worked to preserve my state, my city. We enjoyed a concord of respectful animosity. He perished after I had left the city. I suppose it was too much to be hoped he would have the decency to remain dead. He wishes to view his own corpse. It can be arranged. I think I remember where he fell. Show him to the Warbury Warrens. We will need to go places deeper than you have been before. We will go without Batachi Khan. This is not his concern. Rochijin considers whether there's anything to add. She turns back to the shop's offerings. Down to supper. There isn't much time left before Archie's trial. One day left. I wish we'd found a way to break him out. Like, am I going to be able to, like, you know, show up during the trial and do it, or do I have to tell Harjeet? You know? Do I have to tell Harjeet in order for it to happen? In order for me to get him out? I think I gotta tell Harjeet? Okay. So assuming I get 2 actions tomorrow, as I normally do, it's like I can hang out with I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this, because I'm like, I got 1 more for this Milton thing. I got 1 more for this Milton thing, you know? And it's like, is that enough? Is that enough? I know the guilty party and I'll tell them in the morning. I think I can still... I've discovered who is really to blame. I intend to tell Harjeet as much. You say so, but I rely on you not to let this go wrong. Ah. Okay, 304. One day remains in the season of Yule. Headlines read, Swedish sailor's mission offers aid. Sustenance to squid-faced men. Hey, we know those guys. I take it I don't recall anything. Yeah. Okay. I swear to God, if I have to tell Milton and then go to the Warrens, I'm going to lose my mind. Let's put on the little fork. I should have put on the sailor's outfit as well, but whatever. Hello. To what do I owe the pleasure? I've discovered someone who can locate your corpse. I know of someone who can help you. That is, someone who knows where your dead body is. A sentence to put a snap in anybody's step. I shall furnish myself with my coat and cane. I doubt I perished anywhere agreeable. Lead on. I am eager to learn what had become of me. Good, good. What a singular location. Though not what I'd have chosen for myself. But evidently once I did, or had the choice made for me. Footsteps, a lantern, the sound of curses beneath hushed breath. Urochijin approaches. The devil, here to see his corpse, I presume. What a brusque creature you are. And undoubtedly resourceful to have survived the fourth. The circumstances sharpened my resolve. My condolences. The end of a city is an untidy business. But did we know each other before, in that city? I lost more than I intended in the fall, I fear. We do not know each other now. Come. It is a long walk, and our breath better spent on the getting there. We walk on for hours. After a long time in the dark, we come to a stop. We should rest a moment. I do not wish for the devil's wound to reopen from overexertion. My what? I'll let him come to the conclusion on his own. I keep a pointed silence, which extends to reveal the gaps in Barochujin's story. There is no wound upon my form, which indicates you knew the former. And you say wound in a manner that suggests it was a recurring concern, not a death blow. Therefore my wound occurred before death, and you were thus familiar with my prior form in life. I see that time has not improved you. I knew you before you were Milton. You worked in your embassy of brass and porphyr and connived against my government, as I connived against yours. I came to know your movements, your methodology, as I knew the pace of my own heart. 110 beats per minute. You'd make it go faster if you could. You wish to linger in my city and know its history, its secrets. Poetry, you said. Politics, I thought. You lacked advancement on your own merits. I was in a similar position. My worth was overlooked. The details don't matter. The fourth is long dead now. Ask that she recount them all the same. Not all of the fourth is gone. Yes, you live amongst our ruins, as do I. Very well, for all the good it will do. Tulchi gave me intelligence against the Cotton, who ruled at that time, and who stifled my advancement in my career. In exchange, you wanted my help in securing your own advancement. I remember a gallery of painted faces, fogged breath on the wrong side of a mirrored pane. Together, we worked to pull down the Cotton and all her hidden serpents. You thought such an act would garner your promotion. Your death, you said. It was not forthcoming. You made clear, however, that I owed you for your help. I imagine that must have been very satisfying for you. In this self-serving narrative. You were not given the advancement you sought. You wanted me to expedite your promotion. Death, you said, was the only way. A devil who dies by his own hand is accorded no such privilege. Damn, it's like, do I put a label on it for them? I'm like, I don't fucking know, dude. You could be all of the above. Perhaps we ought to worry about how you were killed. Yes, let us contemplate that distressing detail. And spare Brauchigin's blushes. Spare me nothing, devil. Have we said what her name was? Or did he remember that on his own? But I will tell you that I know. But I will tell you what I know if it will keep you from patronizing me further. You used my smuggling contacts to bring you a rotten candle from hell. Large as a tuber, pale as a drowned corpse. It arrived in a palanquin, pulled by silver-shod horses whose manes were lambent flame. You carved it into an effigy of yourself. There were silks and samite around the places in which you made me inscribe. You guided my hand as I drew sigils around your forehead, across your chest, on the underside of your lips. How very accommodating of me. And my death, I am agog to know how you did it. Once you had prepared yourself to your satisfaction, you bade me stab you with a knife of black glass. Around the pommel were further sigils, cold as frost on a mountain's back. I do not know what happened next. You made me look away. I only remember the sound of wings. That is enough. I wonder if you could be induced to remember more clearly. I do recall dressing the effigy. Its flesh all waxy. When I pressed the nib of my pen into it, it sank. Like butter, I imagine. Like overcooked fish, the flesh breaking with each incision. You told me I had to read to it. Poetry. The death of King Gassar, the hidden kingdom whence he would return. The secret version of Jengar, where the king falls in paradise. You told me I must seek to instruct it the effigy in all things you ought to be. And reminded of all the conduct you had engaged in that would be best left behind. Tease Milton on his varying bad habits he could do without, I think. Perhaps your fondness for scented cigars, or your particular dictates on both poetry and prose. My cigars are for a palate more sensitive than yours, and my taste in text is ahead of London by 3 decades, perhaps by 6. You've described one death. There was another. One nowhere near so neat. No, it was not. It is not much further. We move deeper into the caverns. There is no end to the depths below London, it seems. The scent of resin grows stronger. Eerie phosphorescence illuminates our way. At last we emerge in a cavern where amber encrusts the walls. A wide pool of it sits at the center. Are we near? I'm starting to think I can hear the Z. We are here. And you have stashed my corpse where, exactly? Stuffed between the stalactites, concealed behind pillars of amber. No. You are here. She gestures toward the pool. What do you mean? And there? Itachi-kan and I kept watch when the city fell. We crept out to see what we could find. Before we retreated, we found you. Or some of you. I suppose you did not have warning that this was to come. I could not find an effigy amidst the pieces. No, the master has denied us that courtesy. So, you scooped me up and deposited me in here. No, Tulchi. We tried to perform the resurrection to the best of my recollection. The rubbery men are a collective. Together they dream of Axley, their lost home. And 100 sunken things besides. I have been inducted into this communion. I thought with my memories of you we might substitute the effigy. Commingle you with the chorus, recover what was lost. I see. No, I don't see it all. You did this from the goodness of your heart? Barochujin is silent. Her gaze is fixed upon the deep pool of floating amber. Remind Milton what he came for, I think. We came to find your corpse. It is apparently here. You are correct. Whatever led you to interfere with me will have to wait, Barochujin of the Fourth. I suppose there is more to this than my moldering old bones. I shall show you. You shall dream of it. Come. The pool waits, serene as distant starlight. Barochujin produces a vial of honey, a sickly golden hue in the partial light. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do drugs. It is sweet as spun sugar and viscous as blood. My hackles rise as it washes down my throat. I see Milton drink and Barochujin. And then they are gone. But by then, I too am elsewhere. I float deep in a rubbery dream. The wash of ocean overwhelms me. This is an ocean older, farther than any I have ever known. Distant stars wheel above me. Older generations lurk below. I see a place between two moons, casting light in hues of electric and melancholy I do not recognize. I am not alone here. Figures float in the ocean, above and below me. Barochujin. A choir of rubbery men. A devil's bones, ribs like a cathedral raised to the sky. They do not see me. I am a spyglass, oscillating in the undertow. They swim in strange patterns, far away and moving farther from each other. Follow the figures. I trace their movements in the dream. Itachi-kan moves amidst a range of other rubbery men like a shoal. Green-skinned, they flash in the waves like a scattered jade. They surround a corpse larger than they. A sound like singing emanates from the choir of rubbery men. Sound as though it comes from very far away. They hold it aloft. Its body is ruined, limbs pierced by stalactite and shale. I see horns and nubs that suggest they might once have been wings. There is a skull of many eyes. One hand clutches a long string instrument made of devil bone. The rubberies draw amber along the corpse in resinous swirls. Bones melt, shift, and are resculpted. Tentacles do the work of fingers, but more dexterous. Tentacles move through, within, and beneath. The corpse stirs. It is not as it was. It will not remain. Already the rubbery men are lamenting. The devil rises, but not whole. So much sloughs away. Swirls of it drift in the ocean. The rubberies move after. The devil goes to find itself, alone. I wake. Milton and Barochujin are beside me. So, you botched my resurrection. You stand before me. Less handsome, perhaps, but passable. I followed your instructions to the letter. It is not my fault that this time you were unprepared. Improvisation was necessary. So instead you bisected me, split me from what was good about myself. Saints incarnatine, I was beautiful. Magnificent. The timbre of my voice, the extent of my reach. My speech was music, my whisper song. What I willed, those that heard me danced. And now, I am thus. I could have left you, smeared under the walls of the shrine of the blue heaven. A fitting end for one who had worked to see my city fall. I did not need to waste my time dragging your mangled pieces from the ruin. I did not need to beg the rubbery men to lend your voice to the chorus. I did not need to see the expression on your face as we succeeded, and know that we had not succeeded at all. I could have gone lifetimes without knowing you and been happier. Was this what you needed to find? Needed? Oh, quite the tonic. In your stories, the children often suffer disappointment when failing to measure up to their forebears. It was an emotion I failed to fully comprehend. But now, I feel a curious kinship, having failed to live up to myself. I will say what is needed at your trial. I know how to prepare my way now, and make right what was done wrong. Do not interfere in infernal affairs again, Barochuchin. He makes for the cave mouth, indicating for me to follow. Barochuchin remains behind, gazing into the pool. Judging by the clock, I can afford another errand today! Did we do it? That was cool as hell. Did we do it? What do I put here? What do I think? Save real quick. Got it. That I can do. That I can fucking do. It's this button. Isn't it? Where's the save button? How save? 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 Help. I was like, I can do that, and then I suddenly realized I had no clue. Boy, oh boy, that timing was beautiful. The timing was absolutely just being like, we have, like, oh, his trial is in 3 days, you know? It's like, oh shit, I have nothing. And suddenly I have everything. Did he do it then? Or at least he's willing to admit it, you know? And that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me at this point. So, like, what do I put here then? Is it this? Or is it a different action? Do I not have the action? Or will he just do it anyway? Just like, how do I... I don't think she knew, though. Is this close enough? What do we say? Whatever. We have 3 minutes to think about it, chat. There were about to be 3 minutes of ads. You never did this path? Alright, chat. There's gonna be 3 minutes of ads. Please take care of yourself. I will consider my options and try my best. But we won't continue until those are over. But please, if you need to go to the bathroom or grab a snack or get something to drink, now is going to be the perfect time to do so. Please take care of yourself. If you need to... I already said go to the bathroom and grab a snack and get something to drink, right? But please, fix your posture, take your meds, save your files, charge your devices, feed your pets, unclench your jaw. What the hell? How many paths are there? What are the... Are there different... I don't know what the... I guess, is this... Is it like breaking Archie out, just proving that he didn't do it and not necessarily somebody else did? I don't know, I feel insane. Yeah? Is it just those 3 or what? The routes. I feel insane. More too? Okay. I was like, it feels like there would be more than just 3. Da-da-da. I'm feeling crazy. I guess also, maybe like starting revolution or some shit. I don't know. Do we think... I truly am just like, do I look this up to figure out if I'm doing it right? I don't want to fail now. I don't want to fail now. Now the ads are happening. They made me do the spiel. You're looking? Thank you, Lee. I don't even know where to begin. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Oh my god. I haven't took a sip of water this whole goddamn stream. I'm just gonna drink. I truly, like, I hadn't even felt the need to. I just looked over at my water bottle and I was like, holy shit, that thing is full. It's like, whoopsies. Whoopsies, dipsies. Oh my god. The amount of hope that I had... I went on an emotional roller coaster there, I think. Just the amount of being like... That entire time, like, since Archie gets arrested, I was just like, oh my god, he's going to die any second now, and I need to save him. And it's like, I know that death isn't permanent in the Neath, but it still feels like such a bad thing, you know? Like, if I can avoid it, I don't want him to have to go through it, you know? You know? So it's like, I need to save him, because otherwise I'm gonna feel like a dick. And then it's like, truly, it was just like, I don't have anything. Then Milton did the candle thing and, like, marked the candles. I was like, is that it? That's the only thing I have to go on. And I threw my entire... It's very hard to parse the wiki for this game. Damn. Oh, boy. Boy, oh boy. I truly just... I don't know how... Is there a way that I can save in, like... Okay, that saves there. Is there a way I can save inside of another save slot? Or... I would love to have the same... but I don't know how. I would love to have that, though. But I don't know if that's possible. I would love to save Scum if I fucked up, you know? But I don't. Ah. Whew. I still feel crazy, you know? You don't know, man? Yeah. Been too long since you played. That's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna hit every button on the keyboard. Real quick. So that's P is pause, as one could imagine. A and D are like WASD. J is for journal. So I hit all of the letters, nothing happened. Numbers? No. I think going to hard cheat is the best bet, though. Do you think this story is good? I just want somebody else to confirm that they also think this story is good. That way I'm like, I don't want to be the only person. That way, you know, if we die together. You and me, chat. It's not my singular fault. But then it's like, if I do that, I can see whether Virginia needs anything. I just take an entirely detour and I go and romance Ferret. Here, I have this. I have this. Can I present a theory? Wait, what did that say? I'd rather go somewhere else. I need to read that. Hopefully it says it again. It doesn't matter much what I'm wearing for this particular task. And if I bring Harjeet a case that can't be brought to trial, he'll tell me that quickly so I can get something else done today. Otherwise, telling him might lead straight away to an arrest. That's what it said. Okay. Did that say it? Fanciful? Brash and fanciful. I mean, do I just go for the classic? Maybe I can go for the classic. I like being a bit silly, but I feel like I'm a bit rude. Granted, I'm a bit rude when I'm wearing that now, aren't I? We'll wear this. That'll do. Let's try our best, chat. Harjeet greets me coldly. Let's talk a little bit. I recount the newspaper story. The Swedish sailor's mission is rendering assistance to certain squid-faced men. I made the story as engaging as I can, plenty of detail and a fair sprinkling of dramatic pauses. I do not understand how the so-called devils can claim a man's soul. I have met a man who claimed to have sold his, but he still walked. I believe it is a lie intended to frighten us. Let's move lightly on to new topics. I laugh but let the subject drop. Talking about animals. Here's my theory. I believe I know what happened and why. I lay out the whole story as I've reconstructed it, complete with means and motives. And what you're bringing me, you're sure of it. After I've taken this to my superiors, I won't be able to retract it. If you change your mind later, it will be too late. This makes Phoebe look so bad, you know? Is there a way that I can... Give me a second. Let me look at it again. Let me look at it again. I'm doubting everything. Is there a way I can make Phoebe less guilty? I just want to make sure. Yeah, because this is the only... That's the only way I can do that. Yeah, I have the best one that I can make. Hopefully Milton will take more of the blame. He said, like, poor Archibald or some shit like that, or like, oh, that poor little dear, you know? It's like, oh, Archibald and Phoebe got too involved with this or whatever the fuck, you know? So I feel like he's got some sympathy. I'll just come straight to the point. Here's my theory. Here's my story about Milton and Phoebe. I'm sure. Get a good night's sleep. Do whatever else you mean to do. Tomorrow the case will be heard. Hopefully this'll all work out. Who the fuck knows? Woohoo! Down to supper. I cannot come along to the trial. If you can't bring Archie home afterwards, well, come and tell me immediately. I want to send him something in prison for his last meal. If it is his last meal. Dinner is a very quiet affair from there. I mean, it's like, if he dies, that'll suck, but he'll come back, you know? And I'm gonna feel like a big fucking asshole. And that'll for sure mean he can't go to the surface. We are due in court this morning. Any cool memories? Any great memes? No? No memes? My memory's gone? No memory ever-y. No memory ever-y ever. Oh, what was this? Did I even have? Preserve London. I don't really care about that, but I'll take it for now. I should have talked to other people about that. Whatever, I don't even fucking know. The Old Bailey, ah! Before the fall, any poisoner in all of England might be brought here for trial. Lately, it's been closed for renovation. Does my outfit matter? Who the fuck are you? Quiet! Quiet, orders are down. I am unhappily aware that most of you have forgotten how to conduct yourselves in a courtroom. And if in fact you ever knew, for those of you new to Her Majesty's justice, you find yourselves in the freshly repaired Old Bailey. Apparently we're to count ourselves fortunate that it is in good enough condition for us to even meet here. We are gathered here to try Mr. Archibald Reed, Miss Phoebe Riley, and Mr. Milton... Every so often, whenever I'm talking about or to Milton, I will think of that old Game Grumps bit of Milton's Milton Factory, and that will just play in the back of my head. On the charge of murdering Mr. David Landau. Glance at Milton. Is he... I glance around at Milton. Milton is conspicuously at ease. He looks around, drinking in the details of the courtroom. We also find ourselves able to welcome the murder victim among us. Sorry, 1 second, let me take- Oh no! I was gonna hit the button! When did my stream deck get unplugged? 1 second. There we go. Sorry, it's all fucked up. Let me say that line again. We also find ourselves able to welcome the murder victim among us. He is unusually hale for one in his position. When I hit every single wire, yeah. But it looked still on. It just jingled, so like... It's like the screen was still on, but none of the buttons actually did anything, so I didn't know. Mr. Landau, if you would. I forgot the voice that I gave to that man. Hopefully he's quiet. We will rely on him for evidence and to lend certain moral tone to the proceedings. Shit, that means he's gonna say words. I have often found that a murder trial devolves into chaos and a carnival atmosphere. But I am certain all that was formerly lacking was the presence of the victim. Mr. Landau, if you could look a bit more martyred, that would be ideal. He looked a little sadder now. We must now turn matters over to the prosecuting barrister. White woman jump scare. Why does she like legit look like Vanny Five Nights at Freddy's? A small correction, my lord. Though Mr. Reed is required to be present due to his original arrest, the prosecution has concluded that the fault lies elsewhere, and Mr. Reed was not, as we first thought, a co-conspirator. I see. Members of the jury, please consider that Mr. Archibald Reed is innocent in this matter. David looks as though it was a social embarrassment to be found alive after his murder. We at least got one innocent man off. Now, there is a woman who I don't think knew that she was involved, that we are still to be worried about. So hopefully that's fine. Hopefully that's good. The barrister makes David recount the tale of his death. So far, it's much as I've heard before, laying out the question of opportunities and visits to the deceased's bedchamber. I'm gonna pay close attention. The critical question appears to be, Mr. Landau, who had the opportunity to poison you? You were ill and alone most of the day before you died? I was. But you saw a few people. My housekeeper, Phoebe Riley, came to see to the candles, and Mr. Reed, who was attending me as a doctor. Mr. Reed came and gave me a dose of medicine. Was it the first time Mr. Reed attended you? No, he had been treating me for some days. But you had not recovered? Not entirely, but his treatments had reduced my pain. Maintain a steady and respectful silence. I keep still as before. And those were the only people who entered your room? Yes, my sister was in the house, though I think she did not come into the room. I sometimes could hear voices outside. I believe her friend Mr. Milton was present that day, and perhaps also her dressmaker, Ivy Fitzclarret. And none of them sent you messages, gifts, or food, perhaps carried to you by your housekeeper? No. In fact, you and Milton were not on friendly terms. I distrusted his reasons for visiting my sister, and he was aware of your disapproval. Rachel was aware of it, as she may have told him. So he may have regarded you as an impediment to plans of his own, or simply disliked you as heartily as you dislike him. It's possible. Thank you, Mr. Landau. Miss Rachel Landau. My brother died in October, a few weeks after Yom Kippur. He had been suffering considerably from pain in the stomach, and he had been receiving treatment from Dr. Reed. I'm paying close attention the whole time. When you say Dr. Reed, Miss Landau... I beg your pardon. Mr. Reed is not a physician, but he was in training. Very good. Continue. On the day of his death, only 2 people went into David's room. One was Phoebe, to light candles so that he could see his books and distract himself a little. And the other was Mr. Reed, who administered a drug to him and departed. No more than a few minutes after Mr. Reed left, Phoebe and I heard a crashing from David's room. We went inside and found he had undergone convulsions and fallen from the bed. Watch without judgment. I observe and do not commit myself to any particular view. And these candles, were they bought at the market? I mean, it is important to note that it was convulsions, which was the cyanide one, but we have literally no info on cyanide. Phoebe made them herself. What did she put into them, do you know? I hope there is a purpose to these household hints in the courtroom. The barrister hesitates. Encourage the barrister with a tiny nod. Miss Landau, do you know what was in the candles? I think this is set to the wrong person. I didn't inquire. Beeswax hasn't been plentiful lately. Did you know, Miss Landau, that candles made with arsenic burn exceptionally well? No. No. I only learned of this recently myself. Let's see whether Miss Riley was aware of it. Miss Riley, you've heard Miss Landau's account of your employer's death, is it correct? I suppose so, as far as it goes. So you went into Mr. Landau's room on the You went into his bedroom the day he died? There wasn't any scandal in that. We keep a respectable house and it needs cleaning. Besides, I look after the Landaus whenever they're sick, brother and sister, till it gets so bad they need a doctor. But you lit candles of your own making. They contained arsenic in the recipe, did they not? They did, but there's nothing in that. It makes them burn brighter. Responds sympathetically to Phoebe. Happens to us all, doesn't it? Let the audience be silent if it does not wish to be excused. I put it to you that you were angry with your employer, and that Milton encouraged your anger. I wasn't angry with him. I put it to you that you saw an opportunity to kill David Landau through an atmospheric method that would go unnoticed. I put it to you that you made the candles more poisonous over time. I didn't change the recipe of the candles, no. I made them the same way every time. Or burned them in excess. Did you fill David Landau's bedroom with extra candles? I brought him enough to read by as he asked. Thank you, Miss Riley. I would also like to remind the jury of what we have already heard from the formerly deceased. A number of people were in the Landau's townhouse on the day of his death, including Milton, the personage of hellish origin. You may just say devil. It seemed impolite. I believe it would be impolite to call him a demon, as those are creatures of quite a different genus. But I take my knowledge of devilish etiquette from the pages of the unexpurgated Gazette. It may be imperfect. At any rate, this devil appears to have been a regular visitor. I call to the stand the Reverend Theophilus Withernwick. Mr. Withernwick, I understand you have some expertise in devils. Yes. Do you believe a devil might tempt someone to behave as they otherwise would not? No. No. The faults in our souls are our own. A devil can at most bring out what is already latent within. But might a devil encourage, say, a young woman to commit an act of violence? He might, but if she did such an act, it would still be her sin. In this matter, the law is perhaps more forgiving than the church. Members of the jury, you must consider whether Milton was an accomplice to Miss Riley or a co-conspirator. The state of Miss Riley's soul is for other authorities than ourselves. If in fact she still possesses a soul, I am incredibly American, is the choice that I made for this guy. You know? Incredibly there. Thank you, Reverend Withernwick. We have heard the argument of the prosecution. We will now hear from the defense. Hi, it's me. Members of the jury, I have behaved as I have behaved from the motives of hell, which I do not expect you to comprehend. But I will explain myself, and then I will engage a human to interpret for you what I've done. David Landau died by the fumes of some arsenical candles. Phoebe Riley, you made the candles, following a household hint for candles that would burn brighter and more cheaply. Yes. You had initially no idea that they might make anyone ill. And in fact, the Landau household all used the candles for a long time. Yes. During that time, David Landau fell subject to headaches and digestive ailments. Did you think that might be to do with the candles? Not till you pointed it out to me. There were all sorts of sicknesses down there. Now, sometime later, I became familiar with that— where was I? Sort of Patrick Bateman, as that was right. Now, sometime later, I became familiar with the household and observed its peculiarities. In particular, I noticed that Miss Riley was deeply unhappy, weren't you? I suppose so. You were in love with your employer, and you'd had some hope he reciprocated. But it became clear that his interest in you had been temporary. Yes. And then, Miss Riley, you happened to confide in me when you were worried David Landau might return to the surface. You seemed like you wouldn't tell anyone. No, and I didn't tell anyone, Miss Riley, until now. But we have reached a point where frankness might spare your neck. Do you remember what I said to you then? I said that if David, so to speak, died in a harmless way, it wouldn't last long and he'd come back spry and well again. With nothing wrong with him except he'd be cured of wanting the surface. Ah, you were truthful up to that moment, Phoebe. Care to try again? With nothing wrong with him except, well, that he couldn't go back to the surface. I suppose you didn't say he'd stop wanting to. No, I didn't say that. But we all of us want things now and then that we can't have. Steady and respectful silence, I suppose. I do not stir in my seat. The others in the room share the same solemn excitement. Phoebe, you thought you would be guaranteed Mr. Landau's presence. And I suspected that the experience of death might have a clarifying effect on Mr. Landau's indecisive ethical mechanisms. I may have overestimated his capacity for the revitalization that death affords. But I observed that he wished and intended to do well, and gave himself great pain guessing at a moral course. And yet the result was an obnoxious indecision that troubled himself and everyone around him. He desired, and in some sense loved, his housekeeper. He knew he had transgressed his own code in seducing her. If he only had to face social disapproval. If he had only had to face social disapproval, including, most powerfully, that of his sister, he might have gone ahead. Let's check David's reaction. David has taken off his glasses and is polishing them, a frown between his brows. He is not looking at either Milton or Phoebe, but he is not denying anything either. But he also knew that he and Miss Riley were unequally matched. Not only in class and religion, in education and position, but in the deeper resources of character. Oh, thank you kindly. David Landau entirely lacked the wellspring of hope that lives in Miss Riley. He knew that he might not be content with her as a wife. He told himself that meant she would not be happy with him as a husband. He was almost certainly wrong. Phoebe's affection and her capacity for contentment are greater than Mr. Landau can easily imagine. It would not have insulted her if he had gone on consulting his sister rather than his wife in matters of business. It would not have dented her joy if, as a family, they had avoided any social gatherings where they might be snubbed. She might have had a flicker of doubt if he had asked her to convert from her own faith to his. No, I wouldn't have cared. I'd have done that for him, even that. There's Ruth in the Bible, isn't there? God doesn't think ill of those who take up the faith of their family. Though I asked Rachel once, not saying why, but just inquiring if there was, a like thing to a baptism for becoming Jewish. She said they don't much look to have converts as a rule. I'd have done it, though, if he'd asked me. But you've ruined that for certain now. He'll not love me that I killed him. How could he? I nod to Phoebe encouragingly. That remains to be seen. But let us stick to the matter of the case. Phoebe decided to kill her employer. Slightly, impermanently, and with the greatest affection. Didn't tell me how it would feel. No one could have told you that. In any case, members of the jury, you should also know that Phoebe did not have the means to kill, even with her candles. They were too weak, they burned too fast, they did not give enough poisonous fumes. That is where I provided some assistance. I know a sigil that, written in the wax of a candle, will prolong its burning and strengthen its fire. I so inscribed all the candles meant for David Landau's bedroom. Maintain a steady and respectful silence, I suppose, or whisper praise for Milton. A whisper. Very reliable witness. Very reliable witness, I say about a guy who just went, yeah, dude, I fucking did it. Like, that guy knows what he's talking about. Were you surprised when David died, Phoebe? I was a bit. I didn't think it would work. I don't think I could have done it if I did think it would work, to tell the truth. And I thought he'd come back right away, which he didn't. Thank you, Phoebe. For my part, I was alarmed that the family buried Mr. Landau so quickly. I was aware of the burial custom, but I also knew that dreams were coming to Londoners, warning them of the danger of premature burial. I therefore disinterred Mr. Landau and put him in a safe place to await his return. Mr. Landau, if you would. Where did you return to life, Mr. Landau? I was on a bench, in a mausoleum building adjoining the graveyard. Did you not wonder how you got there? I wondered about everything. That question was the very smallest of the mysteries. If I'm meant to be grateful after you killed me in the first place... No. I still don't expect you to understand what I've done for you. Never mind, Mr. Landau. As for Mr. Landau's grave, I knew there was some chance his family would revisit it. Disinterring people had become faddish in London as the dreams against burial spread. So I placed in his grave a simulacrum grown in the swamps of Lilymire, a false David to pacify anyone who looked for him. It will have decayed by now. Whatever your reasoning, you appear to have confessed to every matter in consideration. I have admitted to being the cause of these events, but neither the mens rea nor the actus reus was present for murder. I did not kill David Landau in permanent fashion, nor did I intend to. Assault, then! Refinement, education. For devils to die and be reborn is a sacred and consequential thing. I no more assaulted David Landau than a surgeon would have done operating on a diseased limb. Very reliable witness! Phoebe Riley had reason to be vexed with me. I treated her as no housekeeper should be treated, and afterward I expected her to resume her duties in an ordinary way. I disturbed the structure of our household, and I did not restore it to its proper form. Do you mean to imply, Mr. Landau, that Miss Riley would have been justified in murdering you? I mean to imply that her situation was untenable. And mine as well, if I am truthful. Members of the jury, you have heard the argument. An extraordinary argument, but an argument nonetheless. And now you must make a judgment. Was a murder done here? Was it only an accident? Or has the prosecution entirely failed to make its case? If you cannot convict beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must not convict at all. I'm glad that okay. It's a very long time before they come back. An agonizing time. I feel like they don't really need to be like, they're just like, well, that guy fucking admitted it, right? I guess they're arguing over whether it counts for Phoebe. Or whether it counts as a murder, or if it's something else. Finally, the court returns. The jury proclaims Archie to be not guilty. But as to Phoebe and Milton, they are both found guilty. No, not Phoebe! And of deliberate murder. I guess she did intentionally do it, but I feel like, come on. Phoebe Riley and Milton, it is now my duty to sentence you. You have been found guilty of murder, a crime that carries the punishment of death by hanging. My lord, I am grateful for this opportunity. My previous death was not satisfactory. I would be glad to make another attempt, especially if you would be so good as to only sentence me. So you take responsibility. All the responsibility in the world. No one would have died without my intervention. I was the tempter, and the instrument. I don't suppose you'd allow me to borrow your wig for my last days. No, I would not. Shame. In hell, it is a courtesy to lend your friends a little aspect of yourself before they die. You and I, Mr. Milton, do not have an amicable relationship. No. A shame. There is something to admire in your rude forensic craft. Nonetheless, send me out as a phoenix to his pyre. Gather the cinnamon and Indian peppercorns. The hangman relies only upon a rope. No fire is involved. Attend the spectacle, my lord. I think you will find it satisfactorily flammable. Is Phoebe fine then? Is Phoebe fine then? I wasn't expecting to go back to the room. We're back in the room. We're back in the... Okay. Archie's out! I don't know if escape is the right word, but Archie's out. Archie! I cannot quite believe it. I'm free of the undulate. Not to be executed. Not to have my good name turned into mud. I can't thank you enough, my dear. Jesse can finally shave. Calm down. Pride myself on seeing justice done. London's best off without Milton whispering in people's ears. Aye, it seems so. I can even return to the surface and look for my family again. Yeah, let's warn of the costs, I suppose, or... There's not many that can afford the trip. And all sorts of stories of it going wrong. Pirates and monsters of the sea and things in the deep with eyes that shine black. Shine black. I'm repeating what I've heard. Perhaps David Landau will get his transport working after all. Give me a ride to the surface. I'm just like, I don't know how to respond to that, bud. Before Milton's execution, we perform the rite to prepare his false body. It is set out in a room of the Devil's Townhouse, and we are permitted to visit it one by one to partake of the rite. The rites are very precise. I doubt you will do them correctly. I have dressed a corpse before. Recently. In fact, I cannot think why you have come. You were not invited, were you? Did you invite yourselves? You did not know Tulchi in his days of power. You cannot restore him to anything that he misses. I like to think London taught him about subtle shades, about nuance. From our brief acquaintance, I imagine that was not among the literary gifts of the Fourth City. It is not of interest. I am needed in the next room. I will try to leave things in a state that you cannot ruin when it is your turn. No London will flatten anything. Strange woman. I liked her. Or at least it was easier when she was here. Easier for Rachel and Phoebe not to look at one another, she means. Let's avoid talking about murders. And... we can try and lighten the mood. We can distract ourselves with a handsome array of glassware. And try not to listen to anything it says. Why did Milton ask us here? Doesn't he want to make his own death and rebirth to his own liking? It's meant to look like a concession. All the while requiring us to think about him even more than we already have. But I could not quite bring myself to say no. What do you mean to add, Phoebe? I want to ask him, the living Milton, about something he did before. And if he explains himself, then I'll know what to write. What he did. When everyone else was out. He embraced me once. And let me call him by David's name and tell him I loved him. What a vile play. Was that before or after he told you how to poison my brother to death? I'm not involved in this! Taking a step back. I think he felt sorry for me. When you say he embraced you, how far did that go? What, are you jealous now? Angry might have touched me more than he touched you. Definitely interrupt. No more need to be said, surely. I'm being cold. I hope the writing implement is sharp enough to gouge in what I need Milton to remember in his next sulphurous life. I need to ask him whether he was playing at affection for my sake, or if it was for his own. I can't change my own fate, but if it's possible to change his, then I'll write that one day he comes to... Then I'll write that he one day comes to rest like a stone in the grass. That he finds an affection he can trust. I'm not supposed to come back this way after I've touched the false corpse. But I had to... well... I'm sorry for that display just now, and for everything else. I think I understand. And I can't endure understanding. Not yet. Maybe when I've written out my own anger and sorrow, maybe then I'll be ready for Phoebe's and Milton's and my brothers. Maybe some years. Finally, my own turn comes, in a room hot with the scent of spices. Milton is waiting for me. Traveler is returning home? I don't know what that means, but I'll say it. The phrase strays through my thoughts like a recollected dream, and is gone. Milton is hanged in the morning, a few days later. The delay allows broadsheets to announce the spectacle of a devil being hanged. There's some skepticism here. What difference can it make whether the hanged is human or infernal? But the rope is woven of silver cords. Sigil-stamped talismans are knotted into it, in jade and lapis and carnelian. Warehouses were ransacked for the raw materials of his execution. They say he hangs for a long time, not dying though his neck is at the wrong angle. They say his body tears open in the end, and its contents scream into the sky. I promised him I would not go, and I cannot break the promise. Even if I wish to, it is not possible. Life is quieter after the trial, at least for a time. Christmas Day comes and goes. Pale flakes fall across London. They aren't exactly snow. Chris's work at the ministry becomes more intense, more demanding. And soon we are coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the fall. 1 year since February. It doesn't feel right to call this month February again. Woo! Achievement. I love it when a double dies. It's great. 1 day remains in the season of the rose. Look at the name of the game. The rose. Oh, I'm gonna take off my hat. I'm going my normal. I'm going my default. Has time with Horatia. We're near on a year since the fall. And whatever may have been, we're not going back to the surface. Maybe there's good things to come. We might not go back, but there may be good things yet to come. We don't know all the possibilities of the Neath. Horatia touches my hand. Have you seen the decorations going up around the city? Have you? How? I can only see a little from my window. Okay, great, you answered the question. That's as close as she comes these days to speaking of the outside. The city is decorated for a feast of lovers and romance. Invent scenes more colorful than truth. Now I'll simply describe them. London is decorated for a celebration. Looks like a coronation or a royal wedding. There's bunting and false flowers and signs in the shop windows. They're calling it the Feast of the Exceptional Rose. The fungal rose, more like. Do we get to hang out with Archie? Oh! Acquire a mask or buy gifts before the Feast of the Rose. I have 5 pennies! The Feast of the Rose is upon us, and there are certain sartorial requirements. Get your feast mask here, a gift from the Exceptional Rose. Or a choice of them, in fact. And if you have a score to settle with anyone, I can help you with that too for a small consideration. Something rotten to an individual you don't fancy? I don't dislike... No, I don't dislike anyone. Delicate or severe? I want the delicate one. Suitable for meeting friends, knitting matches, and pursuing deeper connections. Does that suit you then? Let me try with the other one. Let me see what it is. It's hard to say without trying the other. If you like. You're a demanding one, but I did bring both for a reason. I guess they're both the same then. Yeah, I'll take this one, I think. Oh, I see you're dressing for the occasion. I haven't seen you this whole stream, Grizz. Like, I've seen you in, like, brief glances. No, wait. You were there when I was filling the census. I think that counts, I suppose. Is that mask formed after a clay man? Is that... okay? I'd poke fun, but even I've had to get a mask. One must, we're told, bring cheer to the bazaar. Ask about her mask. You have a mask, Grizz? It's not for you to see now, later. It's delicious. Quiet, you. Demonstrates a whole other side of her. What's this one? A time for love, seduction, promises. A caper of other masters. The Ministry of Accounting and Recounting has nothing to do with it. You should make the acquaintance of Mr. Wine's love. It would change your manners for the better. Suggest whether it ought to be the domain of Mr. Hearts. Not Mr. Hearts? I haven't had the pleasure of an acquaintance. Oh boy. The exceptional rose? It grows from the winter ground. There's a fierce little face in the center of it, though. No further questions, I suppose. I accept the mask without comment. Wear the mask to the feast and look for the person you most desire in your future. Friend, lover, spouse-to-be. Perhaps they'll be looking for you in turn. I'll go alone and enjoy the crowd. There's something in that, too. Let's put on our beautiful mask. Oh! I just thought I was looking at them, but now I have both. I think I like this one slightly. I like the color of this one more. But I like how this one's bigger. And it has like a thing for the nose. Wish I had like this shape, but with this pattern, you know? I'll go with the purple one. Sure. And then a rat! Oh boy. Alright, where's Archie? We gotta look for Archie. Go straight to the festival. Like, I don't think I can talk to multiple people here. I gotta go for him. I make my way through London. Sometimes I still have to rely on memorized pathways, on strange rituals. Fireworks. There is a barricade between Vale Garden and the Stolen River, unless one pays in coin or word. But many of the difficult old streets lie still now. I'm full of hope. I think I'm full of hope. Hey! All of London is out, walking along the Thames, taking part in the feast. Vendors are selling candies and angry bats in cages. Oh, I like that fish! The festival goers are enjoying themselves, but now and then I'll hear one trying to guess what the feast is truly for. Can't trust the masters entirely, can you? I don't see Archie at first. I do see other faces in the crowd, though. Others I could stop and speak with before I go on, if I choose. Yes, I'd like to speak with everybody first. Let's speak with Grizz. Ooh! Fucking... the Dread Pirate Roberts? Hell yeah! I approach Grizz where she's standing to one side of the festivities. I was wondering whether I'd see you here. I think we're right not to try to be closer than we should be. Let's just say it that way. Wish for friendship anyway? We should be friends. That's the right thing for us to be. We won't be at Mrs. Chapman's forever. You'll leave, I suppose. Or I will. Or one of us will descend into the basement and never come back. Will we still be friends when we don't have to face one another over a bowl of stewed cremini and a handful of dried horseflesh? I admit it's a powerful bonding agent. All the components of glue, I believe. You know what I'm asking. And I'm taking my time because I don't know the answer. How long will we live down here? Are we immortal? I'm not unsentimental, but can I promise to be devotedly the closest of your friends when some centuries have passed? Fair enough. It's a fair point. We'll be friends, comrade, until we're not. That's all I can ask for. That'll do for me. Let's go talk to Rachel. Ooh, that's a good mask. I can write now? I don't need Milton talking me through a difficult character. What I do now is more difficult than it was on the surface. But it's better work, too. Yeah, what's changed? It's different down here. Then the only puzzle was what group a character wanted to be part of, and which one they truly belonged to. The fall has drawn my attention to other considerations. I didn't have that before. I didn't know how to ask the right questions. I'm gonna save Mr. Pages. Speak with Ivy. Ah, that's fun. Well, what do you think of all this? Admire the feast, I think. Impressive. Fireworks are an inventive touch. It can be improved. It will be improved. There's a mite too much ministry in this feast for my taste. The heart of it I like. It's an invitation in it, to stroll about the city and partake of everything most delicious. The fair, the foul, what's between the two. Let's talk to Burrow, Eugene. I suppose I should not be surprised to find you here. You're not wearing a mask? You have always been one for novelty. After all, you discovered me, and I do not wish to dwell on the past. You look well. She pauses, as though unsure of what to say next. I pretend I am doing well. Imply that she's not doing too badly herself. You've come up in the world. I assume you mean more than literally. It is not a terrible occupation. The customer is appalling, being managed a disgusting imposition, but commerce has its own satisfaction. I shall have a supper party. I may even invite you. I do not hold you entirely responsible for my former companion's foolishness. How is he? Did Pages give in to his foolish desire? Or did sense at last win the day? I assume it did not, as he is not squelched upon my doorstep. I'll tell the truth. He will be an emissary for the rubbery men. I doubt he thanked you for it. But it is for the best. To proceed softly, and to sublimate one's desires. And if he ever wishes a place here, well, perhaps that bridge can still be mended. Well, we have observed the unfortunate pleasantries. I hope our paths do not cross again. I have survived destruction twice over now. My city's fall, and then you. I hope you only realize the value of the one you took from me. Farewell. Let's talk to Ferret. Suppose I shouldn't be surprised to find you here. You've never been one to shy away from novelty. Funny, I was just thinking about you the other day. I've been selling a lot of my old kit for scrap, traps and wires and the like. Don't want anyone else to get their mitts on them. And I figured there was less cause for worry, what with the business at the church. That funny business, you know, that business. Yep, me and the guy in my tummic. We're aware. when we baptized a rat. Yeah, ask what they intend to do next. And what does the future hold for you? Well, rats. Something of an inevitability there. Besides that, well, there's been a bit of to-do at the church. Seems the bishop caught wind of what was going on. Not thrilled if I'm any judge. It's a shame there's nothing we can do about it now, huh? There's all sorts of parish these days. We're gonna make sense of it all. Now the church has let a rat in, embrace the day as it were. And let me at the forefront, they expect me to have an answer to it all. Which I blinking don't, that's for sure. I think you're doing what's best. No rest for the wicked, it was me what started it. The reformed rat catcher must be somewhere near the top of that list. One of Jesus's lads was a tax collector, right? Suppose if I run out things to say, I can always dazzle him with tales of my life of sin. Well, I must get on. I'm sure you've lots to talk to. I'll be here, ducking the amateur rodent enthusiasts. Mustn't grumble. Not your doing. I'll hold Algie responsible, mind. And I'm sure our paths will cross again. Might be under cover of fog, though, if I can get away long enough. Batachi-kan. Batachi-kan waves his tentacles and emits a plangent look. Honk, sorry. He is pleased to see me. Further burbles ensue, a great string. They signify the many setbacks of his shop has endured recently. Smashed windows, lack of custom, unscrupulous workmen. Yet despite this, the challenge seems to be taken with equanimity, even enjoyment. He makes a languid sequence of warbles. It indicates that he is grateful for my assistance. Further burbles ensued, a great gurgle of them. They seem to signify that other rubbery men have been emerging from the warrens, that he is securing a place for them in London. An anguished honk follows. It is a difficult process. There have been obstacles. A final low whistle. He reluctantly acknowledges that I may have been right. Wish him success in the future. I hope things improve soon. A determined warble follows. Batachi-kan has no doubt that they will. After all, he is in charge. He, and he alone. A series of halting honks introduce a difficult topic. Orochijin, and what has become of her. He wonders, is there anything he ought to know? Further hasty warbles, so he knows where he ought not to go. I'll tell him the truth. She works close by, in fact. Batachi-kan makes an obscure utterance, half phlegm and half woodwind section. It indicates an ambivalence. In the end, perhaps Orochijin was right, he indicates, or at least not as wrong as he'd supposed. There were limits to his ambitions, and a warning that was ignored. Perhaps he might seek her out and hear what she has to say, but not now and not soon. After all, in the end, he came to Pages alone. A final, dismissive warble. He thanks you for your example and your lessons. He intends to rely on no one again but himself. A last, simple but unmistakable honk. It is farewell. All right, Pages.
You have come to pay respects to our efforts in the feast.
Provide the compliments it seeks. It is a glorious festival. You ought to be very proud.
The rose herself isn't coveted. A shame. Her presence may inspire the more extraordinary appetites. Nonetheless, the feast is a success. The fall of lacquer has ceased. The snow is gone from the streets. We have more time for the gathering of stories. And those who have been my enemies among the masters have drawn back.
Well, that's enough. Time to find Archie. Archie! Of course he's a plague doctor! Of fucking course! Before I speak with Archie again. I mean, I think we have a future. We've spoken of loving one another. I have decided to stow away for the surface. David Landau's venture is beginning service in a few months, and I've had cramped quarters and shipboard before now. I don't mind doing it again if it'll give me the sight of the sun. Would you come with me? I'll try. Why not? I'd like to see the open sky again. They say it's not an easy voyage, but I'm game if you are. So the talk turns to the voyage, and how we'll find our way, and everything we will do when we reach the surface again. The ship is not leaving quite yet, and there is a very great deal to say. Like, if it's possible, we can try, but I'm thinking we're probably gonna stay under here. But you know what? If you can get out there, have fun, bud. Let's try not to die before that happens, shall we? What word reaches me on the surface about rubbery men is almost certainly fantasy. It seems too absurd to be true, and I cannot keep up a correspondence with Barochijin. But sometimes I fancy that Batachi-kan is the rubbery man I read about in surface accounts, making inroads to the society of London below. We got out of there, then. Stowing away is difficult. The passage above is worse. Archie and I are huddled together, sick as dogs. Halfway up, even the rat stops speaking to us. But we make it. We reach the light of the sun. I do feel a little faint when it is full on me. I've spent too long in the dark. But it is warm and bright. We made it, despite all. We still do hear from those we left behind. The tale of the Devil's Hanging is told in London for many years, in tones of varying horror and awe. It becomes a popular subject of pantomimes. The stage performance is done with a puppet stuffed with bees and a firework on stage. Those who saw the hanging themselves have a more varied recollections. Some insist that there were rubbery men in the crowd, and that the devil's remains were carried away by tentacled pallbearers. Others that the ground was covered in an amber residue, or that a silver tree grew from the devil's blood. I do not see Milton again, but I hear rumors of a volcanic birth far out to sea. That seawater boiled from the depths and the infant devil burned on the water. For 3 days afterward there is ash on my windowsill, without any obvious cause. As for the rubbery men, they are seen more and more openly on London streets. They are not always well received. Their language is not understood, and their etiquette is strange. But Batachi-kan is a swift student, and what he learns his fellows also learn in time. They learn to buy and sell, to dress respectably, to trade in London's ways, and negotiate with their masters. In a decade, their features have become more human, and their eyes more knowing. New sigil unlocked, ascension on the chain. The sigil may be interpreted as encountering the same circumstances as an old regret and choosing otherwise. Badink, badink. In a decade, their features have grown— yes, that's already the thing. Got 2 achievements there. All the possible beginnings of the story are open to you now. Start again and you may find a very different ending to record on the flank of the bazaar. Wahoo! Hit snooze on the ads again there. Oh, credits! Ah! When truly, at the beginning of this game being like, you know, you're probably not gonna get a good ending on your first playthrough. In my mind, I'm like, that's a fucking challenge, and I will win. That's how I interpret literally everything. I always have to temper that, but it's always there. It's always there. And I won, motherfucker! Oh boy. As always, we are sitting through the credits because all of these people worked hard on this. They did fucking a great job. Look at all this shit. Oh my god. I had a great time with this. I was so worried every single time I was thinking about the candles. I was like, this could easily be nothing, but it's such a weird detail for somebody to be carving into candles, you know? And there's like, I know spoilers, you know? I know a couple, like, for Fall in London, not for, I didn't know any for this game, other than the stuff that I knew going in, i.e. that Archie would get arrested, and that obviously David was gonna come back from the dead, because I know Fall in London. You know, it's just like, so I know, a really major one for Fall in London, so I was just like, I don't trust those. I don't trust those. I don't... There's a bitch that I don't like that has those, and I don't trust them. Oh my god. Well, that person's last name is Shakespeare? For real? Hell yeah, Tom Evans on clarinets. I played clarinet in middle school, and thus I feel a incredible kinship with it, despite having not played it in like a decade, you know? Over a decade. I don't know. I'm not gonna do the math. I'm just gonna say over. I don't fucking know. Ah! This was so good. I am so utterly delighted by it. I already like the tone of it. It's so fun! Yeah, Stupendium! You know what? I actually haven't listened to the Stupendium song, which is crazy because I fucking love Stupendium. I think that was just like a thing that I was like, I'll watch it later, and then I never did. I think I kept being like, I'll watch it later. Dude, it's so good. I'll watch it later. Not tonight, I don't think. Maybe tomorrow or something. Oh boy. Production babies. Dude, it's so good, it's so good. I mean, I love the Stupendium stuff, so I assumed it would be, you know? I listened to their stuff a lot. And I saw how long it was. It's like how they, I love how they always do production babies. Yeah, it's delightful. What a great time. FailBitterGames.com, FallenLondon.com. I think when it initially came out, I avoided it for spoiler reasons, and then it was like, I don't know whether I'll play it or not. I think I always plan on playing it, but it became less of a spoiler thing and more of a, I'll watch it later. I have no excuses now. Hell fucking yeah. Hell fucking yeah, I had a great time with this. God, I'm so glad that I did it. I was so worried. I was truly like, when you're like me, and you make a big deal out of how much you love puzzles and mysteries, and you tend to be pretty good at being able to guess how a story goes, and you tend to be pretty good about trying to solve mysteries, there's a part of you that worries about something finally stumping you, you know? And I felt like that for so long throughout this. Until Milton admitted it, I was truly, I think until the trial, I was like, there's a chance that I'm wrong. You know, there's a part of me that was like, I mean, Milton could just be saying this, you know? He could just be taking the fall, but not actually, you know, having done it until the fucking trial. Oh my god. I feel great. Now imagine being you, getting Milton to admit to the corpse part fuckery, but nothing else. And chewing on the bars of your enclosure about it for months. Wait, yeah, you said you hadn't gotten this path. Now I feel even more powerful. Now I feel even cooler and stronger. Oh my goodness. Let's see who we can raid, shall we? Who's live? Who can we go into here? Oh yeah, the video game awards are happening. I forgot about that. I'm gonna be so real. I do not pay attention to those in the slightest. Video Game Awards. And I never even saw Gilgamesh, yeah. How many of them have been revealed? I don't want to watch this. I truly am like, is there anything? I don't know a lot of the games that people talk about because I'm mostly an indie games person, you know? It's like, which game is going to be Game of the Year? And I'm looking at the options, I'm like, it's gonna be Silk Song. I have never heard of, like, these other ones aside from the Donkey Kong game, and that's only, I don't even know anything about that other than people making jokes about Donkey Kong. Whatever, let's find somebody to raid. Let's go for... Oh, we got a subathon happening here, maybe? Or am I misreading the... No, I was reading the title wrong. Oh no, it was the one directly above it. I got the titles. Sometimes you see titles and they're like up and down, you know, and you assign them to the wrong streams. Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. Oh, there's actually a couple. Okay, whatever. I don't fucking know, dude. You know what? Let's raid Emmy Kasumi. We'll raid here. I think I've raided her before. I don't remember. Look, we've hit the part of stream where my brain gone. We've hit the... Whenever I do an outro, my brain disappears. You know? It's gone. And it'll never return. It'll only return when I hit the end stream button, and obviously I can't press that and continue to stream. So I just simply won't. I'm gonna hit the button. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye. Have fun with the game awards and stuff. I hope they award games.